Oh wait, hold on. June, did you pin it last time or were you too high? Fuck, I was not.
It's
He
pinned
did
in
it.
Yes.
Cody's.
No, I did it.
He pinned the
Yeah.
summoning.
Now recording.
There it is.
Oh Jesus! Is
Yeah.
all these episodes are just gonna start with me saying, "Oh Jesus." Um. Oh boy,
And
I am
and our last
again.
episode will end with you saying, "Oh Jesus," and you getting the response, "Yes, my child,"
Oh, oh man.
and that'll be
See,
it. We'll all be done.
Adam, you, you got a very clean take. I feel like this was strategic that you could drop this in. Oh boy. Uh God goodness. Sorry. Again, very all over the place. This session is going to be feral for lack of a better word. So I'm sorry in advance. Who can remember the distant past of whenever the last time we played this game was?
I remember most of it.
I
I think.
remember 'cause I
Okay,
listened
let's
to it.
hear it.
Hold on, you go, Ted.
Ah.
We started off with traveling in the Ember coach for a few days. Siduri swapped books with Leander. The book that was full of creatures still sort of whispered to Siduri, so she didn't read it. Stuck it in her bag. Leander met with Urshan and read the book about the general whose name I wrote down. Zahiri the Immortal. And then went off and tried to read Ariana's Book of Rites, to which Urshan ended up attuning. There was a secret meeting in the Bellows room where Xandal had been spending much of the trip. In fact, the entire trip, basically, pumping the bellows to keep the Ember coach moving. There was a secret discussion about what are we going to do about Urshan, because my crossbow string sister told me to kill her because she is tainted, and if she participates in the rites in the Book of Last Rites, then the Void will gain a foothold. Eventually, everybody was looped into this discussion, and Leander went off to distract is the word I'm looking for. Distract Thatch, who had been sort of eavesdropping. Siduri relayed the vision she had about Silas, mentioned having met him before in Showtale. Discussed briefly with Quintus the existence of, or rather lack thereof, of void creatures in Showtale. At which point things got a little heated with our crew versus the other crew. We were attacked by wyverns. The combat during which Siduri's powers were revealed, and then once the wyverns were dead, a giant sandworm tried to eat Xandal and later Mariana, and we murdered it along with the other wyverns. Yeah, Xandal had his best and worst day ever. Lost all of his fancy uniform. Yeah.
Devastating.
I know.
I had
not gonna
the
be the
best
same.
robe ever.
It's not going to be the same. Mariana tried to leave. Leander tried to murder Thatch, and there was basically the point of whatever discussion you're having about Urshan, either like make sure you discuss the same thing about me, or there's no point in trying to keep it secret. Yeah, the Ring of the Ram Hail Mary inside the giant sandworm was fucking amazing.
At disadvantage, all charges, let's go.
Yeah. Made a sandworm puke you up.
Incredible.
Saved your life. Once again, Leander tried to murder Thatch, and that was basically the end of the session.
Oh god, I forgot about the
4 shots at the end.
was-
just 4 warning shots.
Wow.
There was one last thing at the end of the session that you're missing that's sort of important.
Uh-huh.
And that is Urshan
Urshan.
Urshan
Urshan.
spoke.
Oh, yeah,
reached-
yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Reached out to Xandal and said,
That's not your
Leander's sister isn't who she claims to be. Y'all should probably do something about that.
Yeah, basically, I don't think that's Leander's sister.
Which, like, yeah.
I mean,
like
Did I never
I
look
believe
up
we
and
had the discussion of like, yeah, there's like none of us even bothered to question like, oh, the bowstring's talking to him. Sure, is that his sister? Probably fucking not though.
I don't know. I took him at his word.
I mean, there was,
Yes, of
yeah.
course you
Xandal
did, you
took him
freak.
at his word. The rest of us were like, "Are we really gonna do this?" Because there was some discussion on whether we should just murder Urshan.
Yeah.
And there was a above table like, "Oh, it'd be a shame if Urshan died accidentally during this fight,"
Yeah.
but that did not happen.
God damn
Uh,
it! Now we have to
And
take
and
action.
well, some of us at some point were like, y'all are crazy. You're talking about taking advice from a bowstring. Like, you're
Yeah.
listening to yourselves, right?
Yeah,
Well,
and I think
and-
at
yeah.
some point after the fight, Mariana suggested you all like walk from there, and
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
and I believe everyone ended up just being like, okay, no, we're gonna deal with this. Let's get back on the fucking thing. And you guys were heading there at the
Why
end
is
of
Roll20 telling me I have
Yeah.
not learned any spells?
Huh?
Kick ass.
Sick.
Love this program.
God damn it, Roll20.
Love this game.
I'm just assuming it has something to do with the fact that I accidentally, in some other game, made
Yeah.
one roll with their fucking beta
Put a virus
Oh,
into it.
God.
mobile app, and it just has blown everything up. Anything
It's
that
killed
I'm
the whole
remotely
platform.
right, anything that I'm remotely touching, it's like, yeah, you've given us carte blanche to fuck with everything. Thanks.
Oh, that was Adam. That was so
Yeah.
funny though.
It was pretty
That
fucking
was really
funny.
funny. It's also funnier, like a situation in which like there are like some Roll20 devs like sitting looking at activity is like, hey, wait, somebody's using our mobile app. No one's
Oh,
supposed
shit.
to use that right now. Oh shit!
Yeah.
Oh no, it's gotten out.
There we go.
Okay.
But yeah, we were all going to go back to the Ember Coach to consider for a moment, as most of us were pretty fucked up. Or at least I certainly was fucked up.
All right. So all of you load back into the back into the Ember Coach, and without a word. Oops, sorry.
Fancy.
Whoa, 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 whoa! That's for me. That's
Yeah.
for me.
Better.
I did the wrong map. Uh
Look,
oh.
we'll scrub it out of the recording. It's fine. We'll just drop that frame.
Just put like a little technical difficulty sign over it. Right. So you all load back into the Ember Coach. Everyone except for Hadir is like sort of s- wanders into the living quarters and is either awkwardly standing or like finds a seat sheepishly. Ara comes out of the back room and joins all of them, and you hear the Ember Coach start up, and also a bunch of like clanging of metal. Hadir just like threw his gear down like as soon as he walked in and closed the door. And yeah.
Yeah, I just collapse on one of the couches. I have the remains of the garment that I balled up and threw on the ground in my hands, just staring at it sadly.
Oh goodness. What happened?
The sandworm.
It was glorious.
Are you talking about the worm or the? She kind of nods towards the scraps of fabric.
He frowns. Oh.
Ever so helpfully, I give him more of my clothes.
We encountered a sandworm.
That's, I mean, and you survived. That's quite an achievement. Um, d- would you like treatment?
Do you mean bandages or?
Well, I have some spare potions. Or I could just do it myself
I will sleep it off.
if if you'd like. Okay, suit yourself. So
You are sensing some tension. This is a problem. Yes.
yes, I do sense some tension.
We've just had a lot to kind of sort of have to process and think about for a little bit. But we should probably, I mean, just keep going towards that little city. Yeah?
Yes, I believe Hideo's already on it. Speaking of which, I should check on him. He sort of he sort of pushes past all of you guys very, very meekly, like, "Oh, sorry. Let me just," and he disappears into the engine room. Ersheen and Thatch are still sort of lounging around. Ersheen's standing very awkwardly. Thatch is opposite Xandal on the other couch.
So, Siduri,
Mm-hmm.
you can do magic.
Sure can.
hmm
Couldn't always.
hmm Do you? What kind of magic do you do? Is it like he does like a boom with his hands, or and he points at like Quintus?
I'll be honest, it all just kind of happens. I don't really. I can direct it. I can. Ever since I was attacked, those little void portals sort of just appear.
Hmm.
Just appear?
You know, sometimes if I'm in danger, they'll get in between me and danger. Sometimes they can do other stuff.
That's really freaky.
Are they physical entities or?
Xandal, I'm going to be honest here. It's not like I used this abilities extensively when I was in Showtail, because, you know, she just looks over at Quinn. So it's not like I practiced any of this.
We should rectify that then.
No, I don't know that I should.
Hmm.
I mean,
Well, I
I
mean,
can
you should. You should do
well, I mean,
that.
obviously I can control it enough to. I mean, I've hidden it this long.
Say, Quintus, you're being awfully quiet. We gonna have a problem with you?
Whoa. Look, it's just a lot to take in, okay? I am not here to, you know, convict anyone or prosecute. I just simply,
Yeah,
the more
remember
the
he got
weave
fired.
is destroyed,
He
the
has not
worse
had his
off
second
everyone
nap.
will be. I just want to look out to make sure that undue destruction is not caused.
I'm just making sure that your previous actions towards people like Sidori, that was more about your position with the city than personal conviction.
Maybe a little bit of both.
Well, then I would repeat my question. Are we going to have a problem?
As long as the problem isn't caused, I won't be the cause of it.
Oh, lawman, you got no jurisdiction out here. You're kidding yourself if you can try
I'm
to
not-
You shut
lock
the
these
fuck up.
guys up.
I'm not interested in arresting anybody. All I mean to do is take care that, as I said, undue destruction to the weave and what holds the magic of this world together is not caused.
No one wants to hear a goddamn word from the coward that disappeared as soon as there was a fight. Couldn't even stick around to protect her own. You sit there and shut up.
Agreed.
Thatch looks directly at Xandal and says, "Your friend shot me in the back a few times. I figured I'd dip until he cooled his head."
Mostly he
So-
tried. Zandal just stares at him blankly. Says, "Well, you
Well, then I suppose. I suppose if no one wants to hear anything from me, I can't tell you how sort of skewed your perceptions might be. But you know, I've been out here a little bit longer than you folk, and I actually have a quite intimate connection with an information network."
You hear that, Xandal and Mariana? He thinks he's been out here longer than you do.
I give him crazy eyes.
yeah." Just lean forward and stare, like peer at him.
I mean, it may very well be true though.
Sand madness.
Like for sure.
The waste madness. I did not consider. When you disappear, are you just sort of lurking invisibly, or do you go somewhere else?
Well, I mean, that all depends on how I disappear. I'm not going to give you a lecture because I don't know how it works rightly, but if I want to be somewhere else that's not here, I can be somewhere else that's not here. If I don't want to be seen, I cannot be seen. But both those things are not the same.
You are untrustworthy. Well, more than average.
And why did I give you that impression?
I mean,
I
you
never
were
lied
kinda
to you.
like nah, but you were like spying on us though.
Spying on you. I don't give a shit what they know. I was just listening.
Yeah, that is what I said though.
You were
You know, I was sitting there before, and there's no door there, so I don't know.
Okay. Anyway, this is okay. We still have a lot, I think, that we need to be talking about or thinking about, and we also have a long ways to go before we reach, you know, civilization.
Yes,
she
we should pace
quotes.
ourselves.
What'd you say?
We should pace ourselves.
Yeah, there's a lot of time to be doing the thinkings and all. And also, I guess, probably realistically, a lot of opportunities for more shooting in the back. So, like, that should also be things that we are thinking about in general. Kind of grimaces.
If anybody is considering shooting me in the back, I would ask that you shoot me in the front and we then fight afterwards. I know that
Yeah, I mean-
it's a lot to ask, but
And I mean, in all fairness, Thatch, like, I tried to shoot you in the front. I accidentally shot you in the back when I was aiming at that other thing.
wait, you were not missing on purpose.
Oh, he
No,
was
at the
missing
end
on
there?
purpose.
No. I mean,
Oh.
I was definitely trying to shoot him, but
Oh,
since one of us was all worn out from actually fighting,
yes, your hand shook.
my hand never shakes. Thank you very much.
Hmm.
The rest of me might have been shaking some.
I thought it was a statement, but
Yeah, the statement was, "I want to fucking kill you."
Okay, yeah, okay, cool, great.
Yeah,
Okay.
good thing we all got back in this cart.
Yeah, we're all really
This
close
was a good plan.
together, and
Mhm.
everyone is feeling very unsafe. I
I'm
think
feeling quite safe. It's actually
You-
better if they're closer to
you
where I
have
am.
like 3 organs out of your stomach
Mhm.
right now. I don't
Yes,
call
if
that. I poke one of your open wounds.
if they want to kill me, I suppose they'll do it anyway. He just leans back and closes his eyes, gives like a thumbs up. You will not have anybody to put coal into the coach. Consider. Also, I have the map.
At that, Ershine pipes up and is like, Hadir already does that.
Not as well.
Oh, also,
I do it
so
the
what
best.
if I can't shoot? She sort of asks the room.
You will throw silverware. Or something
What?
small and sharp fast.
I'm really glad that we're all here
Okay.
together in this close place where we're all going to be trying to sleep at
Ah.
night.
To clarify, she can throw things, but with her mind.
I gotta go to bed.
Yeah, I haven't really gotten the handle on like creatures yet, but
Mhm.
I can hold them in place.
Hmm.
And then they die after a little.
Okay, look, I'm just gonna. This whole time we've been worried about what would happen with Ershine and Void Touched.
Mhm.
If y'all are still doing this right, I mean, it's weird because I got Silas telling me I've got to do it, but if y'all are thinking that it's better I'm not there, then I'll just get out here.
Well, okay. Backing up a
Yeah.
little bit, like, that is one thing we have to talk about, you know. Realistically, as far as people I trust to do the rights, if I were to, like, tier list a couple of you, I think I'd still put you above Leander right now, who definitely is, like, super murdery right now. Just, like, overall. If that helps.
I'm not.
If we're
Well,
gonna
I
have
don't know
to
what you're
vote on
talking
it,
about. I just don't like that guy.
Leander is in a mood.
he's pretty murdery.
Man, I advocate death, but that's a little extreme.
I'm-
Well,
I'm sorry,
actually,
you advocate death
Oh,
for what exactly? No, I didn't understand what you meant.
let me walk it back a little. I prefer if nobody dies, then my job's a lot easier. But if I were to
What
have
exactly
a
is your
job,
job?
Yeah, I was
people
about to
gotta
ask that the same.
What do you do?
Well, that's complicated. I guess you could call me holy man.
Okay.
So we have.
no further questions.
Uh,
Oh, I have so many questions, but I just kind of decided that I don't care
it is hard
what
to
you're
know where
saying
to begin.
because
Yeah, no, this guy's a fucking delight.
Leander, you're just
Leander, you were quite.
you're not helping. Is really what it comes down to. I'm not even sure why you were shooting Thatch. He may be an asshole. That may be true. Well, okay, that is true, but last I checked, being an asshole isn't exactly a punishable offense by death.
True, shooting him in the back is in poor taste. The front, better.
I didn't shoot him I didn't try and shoot him in the back. I tried to shoot him in the front. I just missed.
On the topic, your arrows hurt
Yeah, sorry about that.
and ruined some of my garment.
Yeah, I'm really sorry about that.
Mhm. He looks momentarily very angry and then like stills himself. I accept your apology.
Okay. I
Mhm.
don't think that we need to necessarily exactly completely finalize our list for those who should be participating in the race, but I think it might be okay if we go around the circle here and like we all vote for who we are like comfortable for participating in it. Yeah? Does that sound fair?
Do we vote for one person or
No, you can vote as
Two.
many times as you want. Just if you don't feel
Ah.
like really strongly about them not doing it, just don't vote for them.
Thatch sort of giggles and says, I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut."
good call?
Yeah.
He shrugs and is like, "If you say so." Go ahead.
Okay. June, do you have a list of? It's been so long. Do you have a list of the NPCs?
I
Visible-
don't have like do I have a list? I should have a list.
I think it's
I know
It
you
should
have
be-
their sheets, but I think only Ara is
Ara, yeah.
visible to us right now.
Oh,
I just don't want to miss anybody, and I don't. It's been so long. I don't remember their names.
does the show players thing work
Try clicking
to
it.
like make it visible?
Yeah, it'll pop it up on our screen and it'll put it in our journals.
Okay. So it's Hadir and Ersheen.
I don't know if that actually works. You might have to have the permissions open for all players to see first, because I only have Ara up right now because I've clicked him open.
Gotcha. I'll do that real quick.
That one took a while for me to figure out because
Oh.
there's not really a way to player test that one.
There's
smoothly.
Ersheen.
Yeah.
Yay!
Ersheen's there. Hadir's there.
Oh, is yeah, Ari you said was there.
Mhm.
Ersheen and Thatch.
Just missing Thatch.
Fucking Thatch.
I'm so torn because I hate Thatch so much, but I love the Thatch picture because it's Micah.
Real question, what did Thatch do to you except for Leander got annoyed at him on a whim one time?
Oh no,
He
he's just so
snuck up on the
smarmy.
party.
Yeah,
He is
just-
Smarmy
he is
from the
very
beginning.
He's very
smarmy.
smarmy.
yeah, he's been smarmy,
very
so he has
smarmy.
that kind
You're
of
right.
like, I kind of hate you for your. It's not like, man, I hate you and want you to die. It's like you're a smarmy piece of shit. Shut up. I mean, I love him for that, but like,
The
It's a
disappearance.
fun,
Jesus,
it's a
Army
fun
piece of shit.
NPC.
Yeah.
It's a very fun NPC to inhabit, let me tell
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
I love being a fucking piss kid. This is great.
Okay, Thatch,
Alright.
Sheen, Hadir, Ara. Ara is our master of ceremonies, basically, for the ritual, right? As
That
far
is
as
what
we
he's
know.
purporting to be. Yeah.
Yeah, as far as we know.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I think we just go down the list here that I am just scribbling down right now. Sidoria, you spell your name? Okay, there we go. Okay. Okay. Hey, bud. Um. Okay, this is going to get harder because apparently I have to stand up and walk for a second. Okay. Okay. Everybody still comfortable with Aura? And she's gonna put her hand up.
I guess. Yeah.
Mhm.
I am, but if I remember correctly, Aura wasn't actually gonna be one of the ones doing the rats.
Yeah, but I think it's still important we're all still cool with them, you know?
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm all good.
Okay.
Thatch puts his
Quintus?
hands up.
I mean, I don't know why it is that anyone's doing the rites, actually. I'm not saying that I'm not cool with anyone doing it, but I'm also not cool with anyone doing. You know what I mean? Like, I think this is not something that needs to be done, period, so I'm not going to vote for anyone, but I'm also not going to,
I'm
stop
just-
anyone.
But I mean,
it's-
this is the thing that you're worried about, the weave falling apart. This is supposed to reinforce it.
Mhm.
It's supposed to allow some people to ascend so that we can fight the void creatures. Those
Yes.
things you said didn't exist, remember?
Those things I said I didn't know existed.
Mhm. You are a calming influence, also. It is good to have one of you.
Yeah. Okay, so, Irshin, do you have a vote?
Yeah. Her hand has been up since you asked the question.
And I understand that Hadir and Ara, I
similar-
think, are. Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
they're out doing their stuff.
Yeah, but I think that's. I don't think we need to have them here for this vote, actually. Okay, and Irshin, vote for Irshin. Mariana's gonna keep her hand up.
Yeah, Xandel looks over at Urshin and says, I cannot vote for you.
Oh.
At least not right now.
She looks sad.
He just nods.
Sorry,
I did
Fred,
not want you to be betrayed.
Sorry, Fred. I'm with Sandal on this one.
Thatch keeps his hand down. Irshin had her hand up, but now it's down.
Oh God.
Mhm.
Is she dirty?
Just what? I know we're voting, but why don't we see who even wants to be in the thing first? Because if Sheen doesn't want to be part of the rats, then no one has to decide whether they're voting or if any of
That's-
us doesn't
no,
want to be part of the rats.
Everyone here, I think, except Thatch, is supposed to be a part of the rites. They all know, right?
Everyone, including Thatch.
Including Thatch.
Everyone including
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I didn't think it was
Everyone's
both
here.
groups, is what I was saying.
I think the issue's this.
Their party are all on the same page of we are out, we are going to go and do the rites, and Ara is going to officiate, I guess. Yeah.
Right.
So they're already of the decision that each of them is already going to be a part of it.
Right. I mean, they may
As far
not
as they have
have
control.
enough people to do the rites just by themselves, but that unit, at least as far as I understand it, has already determined that they are doing the rites, and that if they need to augment their group, they'll do that. But the three of them are definitely in.
But yeah, everyone there already wants to be a part of it. So that's why we're voting on who we are comfortable from our perspective participating. And so far I've got just Mariana's vote for Irshin.
Oh, Siduri will raise her hand.
And Quintus?
Urshin is the small person with the void magic, right?
hmm
Yeah, Quintus is not
One
gonna
of the
be
two.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Quintus is also. We'll get to that later. Never mind.
Zandal kept his hand down and told Urshin.
Yeah. So there's 2 votes for Yorshin. Okay. Hadir?
Thatch raises his hand. Ersheen raises her hand.
Hand up.
I don't really know much about you, but sure.
Got no reason to say no.
Leander?
Nope. Sorry, buddy.
And just so I'm clear, June, you said both Thatch and Urshin said yes?
Yes.
So
Okay.
Leander.
Leander and no. Quintus, Siduri, and Xandal all yes. Was that right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So 5. Okay. Thatch. Mariana's hand goes down.
the Ersheen and Thatch's hands stay up.
Mm-hmm. 2. All right. Quintus. Mariana's hand goes back up.
Hand goes up.
Hand goes up.
Quintus is not voting. Oh, Quintus is with. Okay. And Thatch and Urshin, I'm guessing, are no's.
For Quintus, Thatch puts his hand down. Ersheen raises her hand.
Okay. Sorry, Quintus. There's a lot of people who want you to do it.
Hmm.
Yours truly? She gestures to herself with her hand up.
And this is where Thatch pipes in with, and now for the silly part. He keeps his hand down. Ersheen keeps her hand up.
Siduri raises her hand.
I'll
Okay,
raise my hand.
mister, I'm not going to say nothing. Who's the one who found the fucking book, okay? Yeah? Alright.
Any thief can find the book, you idiot.
Yeah, and I did it first, so...
Dude,
I will say,
shut up.
not any thief did find the book, though.
True.
That's like saying anyone could paint a Picasso, but only like Picasso actually painted those. Yeah, it's amazing.
He shakes his head and it's like, it ain't about the book. You just don't seem chosen to me.
This fucking asshole.
There's a... I am debating
Well,
whether or not I go and hit him.
Yeah, Leander raises his hand for Mariana.
And Quintus.
Well, if you want to go into the
Xandal as
barrier
well.
and get evaporated, that's your choice.
I
guess it's
just
the
just
god's
asking,
choice.
Thatch, but who here does seem chosen to you?
You, big guy over there, and
Ha!
Quintus.
What is your criteria?
So just so I'm clear, knowing your whole group, I'm asking about everybody. Because
yeah, no,
it just sounded like you were about to
Ersheen-
lead a bunch of people to their deaths, which surely was not what you intended.
No, Ara ain't gonna be initiating the rites, or is going to be initiating the rites, so it don't matter for him. Hadir is for sure chosen.
How do you know?
How do I know?
Mhm.
His eyes like begin to glow for a second. I'm perceptive.
This does not
Also,
mean
I have
anything.
experience. Well, I got experience considering I myself am one of them.
A chosen, you mean?
Yeah. Like by a god.
And how does that help you see other chosen?
Well, It ain't that. Most of the time, gods give little trinkets. At least that's what I've found in my travels, and it holds up to be true most of the time. Uh, it's a very unique sort of sight. I don't know if any of you have the sense, but most things glow regular colors. If you look at that book, if you look at something that's given to someone by, say, a god, looks a little different. Also, I hear what you talk about. Place is small. You were a cleric for O'Near. He points to Xandal, that hammer, obviously a gift. You, telltale signs of Silas, and, the little thing in your pouch. Also, you confirmed it by saying you met him, both in the past and in a dream. So,
Yeah, I wasn't really worried about myself, but
Hmm. Do you know who has chosen each then? Or just the general sense?
well, if I were to guess, uh, he points to um Siddur, and it's like Silas, obviously. He points to Quintus O'Near, obviously. And he points to Xandal. Probably a tar, but I ain't gonna put a guarantee on it.
So you don't know for sure.
Well, again, with all the accounts that I put together, it does seem that way. Again, that little number you got there has a pretty heavy Atar vibes to me,
Mhm.
but
Who
there are
were
some
you
other
chosen
minor
by?
gods. All right, not to be obnoxious, but isn't it obvious? Dren, of course.
And Urshin?
Ersheen? I ain't sure. She ain't chosen. I don't think so,
Hmm.
at least. I don't really count, or rather, I don't know of any people who have been touched by the void to be also chosen by a god. Well, I suppose there's one exception. He looks to
Mhm.
Siduri, but I also don't know if the void can choose its own champions. I doubt it, but they're here now.
Hmm.
So so Mariana and Leander, I don't know about you, but
Votes
I'm
for
a little
Xandal.
confused because a second ago you said Ersheen was chosen. Now you're saying you're not sure she's chosen.
mm, huh?
I mean,
Why'd you think I put my hand down?
well, I
I
mean,
want the kid to
you were
be
on this coach
incinerated.
heading into the rats.
Well, I
Well,
mean, Ara and Hadir believe it so they have her along. Ara's pretty brainy, so I I'm inclined to believe what he says. And also, we're not a full team yet. I feel like if we pick up a pair or something like a larger group, uh, we might be able to, you know. He makes a gesture with his hands like he's sweeping away Ersheen, just so she
Mm.
doesn't get hurt or nothing.
She is quite useful and quite powerful, though. Beyond
Don't get
her
me
role
wrong.
in a ritual.
Again, I don't think I could recover if I saw a child get vaporized.
Mm.
this whole chosen thing is mighty confusing. It sounds like there's still plenty of time for things to change between now and getting to wherever it is this ride has to be done.
Yeah, I suppose. They don't really choose you at the beginning of your life. They just sort of go around looking for people who they like. Or maybe you are chosen and we don't know yet. It's sort of random.
Continue the voting, Mariana.
Votes for Xandal. And she puts her hand down.
I put my hand up. You're going
Leander
to need
puts his
somebody
hand
who
up.
can fight.
Thatch puts his hand up. Ersheen hesitates for a very long time before seeing everyone else's hand is up except for Mariana and puts her hand up too.
Yeah, Xandal definitely like looks over at her and just nods in a very like, it's okay if you don't want to vote for me. I get it.
Quintus, are you abstaining from the rest of the vote?
I don't have a strong opinion. I think Xandal's got a good moral compass, but I don't know enough about him yet.
And Sudori?
Thatch and Ersheen raise their
Oh,
hand.
sorry. I don't think I heard Sudori's vote for on Xandal.
Oh, Sidori just has her hand up at this point for everyone.
Okay. And Leander. Her hand remains down.
Xandal's hand goes back down.
Quintus's hand is down, and this isn't me just abstaining. This is definitely a no. Just making it clear.
For who?
Sorry, Leander.
Leander.
Thatch is gonna raise his hand but puts it down. Ersheen has her hand down.
I'm assuming Leander votes yes.
Leander raises his hand and says, thank you, Sidori.
Sidori, your hand is up?
Yeah, Sidori's hand will not
Okay.
be going down.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
Jeez.
I didn't move my finger for that. Thank you.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
She just, it's clear her heart is not in these votes.
No offense, Leander, but I do not think you have stabilized from the sand madness yet.
And then Sudori, and her hand goes back up.
Hand back up.
And Thatch raises his hand, and Ersheen's hand goes up too.
Quintus is a no.
Leander's yes.
Okay. That is unanimous for Ara, Hadir, and myself. There's 6 votes out of 8. And then Xandal and Siduri, 5. Quintus, 4. Roshin, Leander, and Thatch, 2.
And what does the vote mean?
It means that is how we are all feeling about each other and how much we are trusting each other with this incredibly important and powerful magic. It means that if you want to be involved in the rites, then there's going to be work that has to be done so that we all trust you a little bit better. But we can't see that trust be building if we're throwing anyone out of the Amber card.
I'm
She,
confused. Like 10 minutes ago, you wanted to leave the Umber Coach, and now you're deciding who gets to stay?
She folds up a piece of paper and like tucks it into her clothes.
Got it.
I think it is less a matter of who gets to stay as much as it is who has the most convincing to do.
More importantly, that book is not going anywhere without me. If you want to be following that book to one of the ritual sites, then there is time still to prove that you are good enough or that you're trustworthy enough in order to do it. I'm not getting final say, but can run faster than most of you.
For those of us with less votes, what qualities do we need to aspire to?
I don't think that's really for me to say. But I mean, I think lack of sand madness, she puts up one finger. A decent enough moral code, another finger. And a fair ability to feel safe about sleeping in your presence, third finger.
Then it puts up a fourth finger. Combat prowess. We will be fighting the void this time, yes?
We
Not
will be,
sealing
but
it away.
well, there is going to be some of that, but I mean, I don't know if martial prowess is going to necessarily be everything they're looking for. I mean, we need Aura to help us, at least for now, with the ritual part, and Aura's a fucking little twig.
Xandal will shrug. At the very least, you know that I do not lie.
Yeah. It's also that, I did not vote for you because it is good that you want to fight the void, but at least for me, it is important you want to fight the void creatures for the right reasons.
I did not take offense, and that is fine.
Yeah,
I want to
knew
fight
you wouldn't.
void creatures for glory. Not my own, but he holds up the hammer.
And that's better, that's better than, like Zahiri, who, recklessly killed our soldiers for the sake of winning battles that lost more people than they needed to,
If there is dying to be done, I would prefer that it would be me rather than someone else. If only because that meant that I fought from the front.
She smiles at you. Quintus,
Yes.
is there anything you'd like to discuss about why you did not want to vote?
I am just entirely trepidatious about the whole procedure. I feel comfortable with some, not comfortable with others. I understand that I come from a background which is not entirely taught me well to discern who's good and who's not. But I just think more time will be necessary before I can, just be cool with whatever this actually is.
Okay. Does anyone else have anything they would like to say? Okay. Somebody needs to stitch up Xandal.
I will sleep it off.
She's gonna crawl up the Ember coach and find somewhere to go to sleep.
Ara and Hadir are already like in the hammocks together, and everything is just sort of putting along at a normal pace. So you guys end up going to sleep. Right? Correct?
Yes.
I do need a unanimous response
I
or
certainly
whatever
am.
you're doing in the night.
I'm fucked up.
Because I do understand that there are some shady shit going on and
I,
shady business to occur.
I'm fucked
So
up, and I lost some max HP. I need to sleep. I'm hurt.
Saduri will find Urshin. I will use my telepathic speech ability to form a psychic. I just sit down as far as anyone else can see. I would like to have a conversation with Urshin telepathically. Just you and Ash should probably talk. Try and figure out uh what's going on, because seems, well, I don't really know if I believe in this kind of coincidence.
what do you mean? She responds telepathically throughout this.
Well, uh, they said you always had your powers. You were born with them.
No, I didn't. I didn't know them. They just found me, and I had the powers then because I got kicked out of the city because of them. I don't know if I was born with them or not.
They just woke up when you were out in the desert.
No, no, they were in the city too. I I got thrown out. Um, luckily I wasn't killed. They actually, I don't know. My parents said that they wouldn't do it, but they had me almost. Oh, what's the thing? It's a big word. Ex.
Egg,
Ex-
egg,
executed. Executed. Killing someone for doing something bad. That was me.
your parents almost had you executed. Then how did you?
No,
I
no, no. The city did. They said it wouldn't happen, but it did anyways. My parents weren't. Yeah, they didn't. They didn't do that.
okay. I don't. I think Ted am not understanding. She's saying that her parents turned her over and the Inquisitors tried to execute her?
No, when she was about to get exiled, her parents told her that she'll be fine and that they won't try and execute
Oh,
her. But
okay.
the
Got it.
Inquisitors almost executed her. There was like a trial above board, like, and they were deciding whether or not to execute her,
Got it.
and the verdict landed on no.
Well, not directly, anyway. I see. Okay. And your powers just come from your mind? They're things you can do? You never ran into anything weird?
Um, I had some weird dreams when I was a kid, but I don't like weird how.
Uh, well, I mean,
How did you get your powers?
I I don't really remember exactly what happened. I was walking with I was walking with a Tesh, another Kaveri, and then I I was on the ground and he was dead, and there was all kinds of, I don't know, uh, like ooze or something. And since then, I've had these powers. I didn't really use them very much in Showtail. I laid low, and I mean, it didn't stop the Inquisitors from finding me, and now I'm out here.
Well, I do remember the first time I used my powers like I did. I also woke up and there were a bunch of people dead. There was something weird. Not ooze, but I don't know. I can't explain it.
It, did did those people lure you away from everyone or something?
No, it was just my dad and my siblings.
Oh dear, oh dear.
They were having a oh, and the Inquisitor man that came to our house. They were having a big fight. I remember getting angry, and then I woke up.
And they were all.
She
Oh,
nods.
all right. Well, that's a little different, I think.
Well, yeah, but I didn't wake up like in my house, or at least I wasn't there for a little bit. It looked like my house, but all the walls were a really weird color. I don't know what color. I just it was weird. And it looked like there wasn't any light, but I could see just fine.
And that was the first time you ever used your powers.
No, no, no.
No. Okay.
I had them before, but again, I had
I
weird
didn't.
dreams about something similar.
Sounds like things are kind of different then. I'd never had any powers before, so. But regardless, we seem to have a similar set of abilities now. If there's. Well, I don't know if there's anything I can teach you, and there's probably plenty you can teach me because I can't really move things with my mind or anything like that. But what do you say we
He-
just keep an eye on each other? Huh?
Okay. Um, what's in your bag?
Hmm?
There's something noisy in your bag.
I assume she means the cards, so I will pull those out.
She like squints at it and is like, no, I don't think so. Those
What?
are cards.
Oh, it's it's the book that Leander had. Don't you worry about it. I'm gonna
Can I see it?
think of something. I, I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm not gonna leave it open very long because it makes all kind of awful noises. Yeah, I'll pull out the tome of monsters or whatever it's called. You can hear it too, huh?
Uh, yep. It's weird. It sounds like I've heard it before, but it keeps going.
Yeah, it drones an awful lot. I'm hoping we can find some way. Don't I mean, I'm sure Leanne. Well, Maybe I can, well, figure something out. I don't know. I feel like this is something we should probably get rid of, but what do I know? It's not really mine to begin with.
Uh, she, if you're offering the book to her, she'll take it and start flipping through it, and her
I'm
eyes widen.
holding on to it.
Ah,
Like,
while she's reading through
y-
it, like flipping through it.
yeah, if anything, the moment something seems weird, I'm just slamming it shut and throwing it back in the bag.
Got it. Um, she'll flip through it, like her like ears are like flattened back, and she kind of like grimaces as she's like looking through it. Um, and towards the front, or like the first like chapter is just like describing the big ones, and yeah, so at some point she stops and like she pokes the page and is like, uh I've seen that one.
Oh God, what is she pointing at?
She is pointing at at the description of, or rather at the description, and then there is like an illustration of a Turamal. It looks like just a large floating sort of mass of nerves with some like hardened pieces and tentacles and just weird stuff and a big central eye. Um yeah. Yeah. That one was in my dream, I think.
Okay, well, and I will close the book and put it away. Let's just keep that between us for now, okay?
Okay.
Things are a little tense right now. We'll figure out when a good time is to pass that on.
Have you seen any of them?
I don't believe so, right? I don't recognize any of them because I've flipped through
No.
them. Oh no, I have never flipped through the book fully.
Yeah, you opened it and it
Then
started
closed
like really
Mm-hmm.
and immediately closed it. Yes, correct. She asked you if you've ever seen any.
While she was flipping, did I recognize any of them? I don't know why I would have, but
um, I
I,
feel like I feel like as she was flipping through the chapter, there was something like spooky that caught your eye, but you have absolutely no idea whether it was just spooky or something you recognized. But there are tons of horrible monsters, and there was one thing that you drifted on, was like spooky.
nope, can't say I have. Until I came out here into the wastes, until I was exiled, I had a pretty normal life. I mean, it was quiet. I had some friends. We had a flat. I was an actress. It was wonderful while it lasted, I guess. Anyway, you
Yeah.
you you get some sleep. We'll talk some more later.
Okay. She'll just scurry back up into the little loft. Anyone want, else want to do anything before bed?
Leander will have a quick
Any
word with
hijinks
Thatch.
happening during the night?
Well,
Okay. Thatch just looks up.
I
Yes?
suppose if either one of us winds up dead in the morning, then everybody else will know the other one's not all that trustworthy. And Leander will turn around and go find a place to sleep.
He sort of giggles and shakes his head and just sort of closes his eyes where he was lounging. Hands behind his head, very smarmy position, legs crossed in front of him.
And I'll cast
And Leander,
Goodberry
you're
before
for
I.
real going to bed?
Yeah, I'll cast Goodberry before I go to bed.
Okay. Great. So, nighttime falls. Everyone is asleep, as far as anyone else knows.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how should we do this? I'll go ahead and just this. Okay. So, Leander,
hmm
when you fall asleep, you have another one of those dreams where, or rather, you have a dream where you are standing in sort of what looks like infinite shallow like sewer water,
hmm
extending just off into white and gray fog. um in front of you is your sister. You have control.
Oh God, Leonella, it's so great to see you. Well, I appreciate you talking to me like you do, but it's not the same as seeing you. I'm doing the best I can to find some information to bring you back, but I don't know. It's slow going, but I'm making some progress. I found a book that might help.
Roll me a very quick insight check.
Mm-hmm.
Um, she looks a little like just sad and wistful to you. She'll just look away from you and just sort of look down for a moment before uh thinking and looking back up and saying, "Well, good news is it's getting easier to manifest like this, so not that far off."
Oh, well, that's great news.
Yeah, it's a little cramped in there.
Cramped in where, Leonella?
The bowstring. She
Oh,
sort of thunks her head.
Yeah, I follow you. Listen, don't be sad, Lena. I know it's taking longer than either one of us would have liked, but I'll get you back.
She looks up again and says, "Do you think that's a good idea?"
Well, good idea or not, you're my sister.
Do you at all approach her? Because you guys are standing, so if you just envision it, you guys are standing
Mhm.
about, I want to say, like 20 feet away right now.
Oh well,
in this
I
sort of
mean,
infinite
yeah,
low
I'll
sewer water.
definitely right. I'll definitely close that gap so we're more normal,
Speaking distance.
yeah, speaking distance, so we're not screaming at each other. And as I'm walking closer, I'm like, now listen, I know you've got some issues with Rashid, and you may well be right, but I just can't go killing a kid. I can do what I can to make sure that they're not involved in these rights. We got a pretty good group, and I think we probably stand a better shot than anybody else that I've run in. I mean, I haven't run into many people out here. This is it, but just in general, people of the people I've run into, I'd say that our group probably has the best shot so far. But you know, I'll do what I can
He
to.
roll me a perception check. Roll me a wisdom save.
Mhm.
As you approach and are talking to her, there is something that shifts. You see a incredibly large area of atmosphere shimmer for a second. And you feel a incredible pain, but never as you've experienced it before. It is not physical pain. It feels like a psychic pressure on your head. Like it's just your brain is working so hard, it is burning itself out
So
just for a moment.
Leander will double over for that moment and put his hands up to his head. He's now look, Leonel, I knew you'd be mad, but come on now, that really hurt.
I'm not
like I s-
mad, Leander. I'm testing you.
well, if the test was to see whether or not that hurt, I guess I passed because it hurt really bad.
Now, I wanted to see if it was time.
Time for what? Time for you to come back? God, I'd sure like to have you back, Leonella.
You hear somehow, since this is happening in your head, you feel it deeper in your head.
Mm-hmm.
You really think I am Leonella?
Well, I mean, I did until like 10 seconds ago.
You never perceived something strange about this.
Well, I mean, of course I perceived something strange about this. My sister was a dang bowstring. But, I mean, the alternative being that my sister's gone, I think I like the weird.
She is not gone, to be clear. She's right in front of you.
Well, then, great. She's not gone. I can keep working on bringing her back.
We are one now. Her and I.
Well, who exactly are you?
Leonella is not moving her mouth at this at this point, and whatchamacallit, like her eyes are very much glazed over. She does say to you in Leonella's voice, My name is Xanderikal. At least that's what the people of this plane call me.
Well, can you repeat that one time for me?
Xanderikal, I am in that book. There's not much.
All right, well, Zenduri, you, did you come to an agreement with my sister about, merging, beings?
He was going to die.
Okay, well, look, I certainly appreciate it. Very nice of you to save her life. What can I do for you, to get the two of you to unmerge so that I can bring her back? You name it, I'll do it.
That is a complicated process. I am intertwined with her psyche, interacting with me at all currently would drive most people mad. Even hearing my true voice. This is just an augmentation, something I've learned on my
Well.
time here.
Well, then you definitely picked the right guy, because the good news is, not a long drive.
You feel it smile?
Well, look,
Well, it is a shame that I cannot show myself to you. But just know that I am here, and your sister is the conduit.
okay, now, okay, you're going to keep my sister safe?
As long as nothing happens to that bowstring. Unfortunately, this fragment is still tied to a physical object.
Okay, I'll keep the bowstring safe. You keep my sister safe, and I will figure out what I need to do for you so that the two of you can separate consciousness, and we can get Leonella's consciousness unattached from you and unattached from this bowstring and reattached to a Leonella body. How does that sound?
That is amenable and part of my plan.
All right, hot
Ascension
damn.
is
And
the answer.
Leander spits on his hand and extends it to shake hands.
At some point, if you're close enough to Leonella to shake hands, your hand runs into a wall.
Ow, ow. All right. No, I get it. That's my bad. I'm sorry about that. Just got a little overexcited.
It's for your own safety, I promise.
All right, well, how will I speak with you again?
Through dreams, figments, however I choose to do it.
All right,
It's not
fantastic.
it's not very easy considering my influence is limited. And however, the weave does grow weaker. It is easier to exert my influence, but I have to be careful with one such as you.
I mean, because I'm so potent and powerful. Is that what you mean?
No,
Oh, son of a
quite the opposite.
god damn it.
If you perceived me, you would probably die or become comatose. You are lucky.
All right, well, look, I'll work on strengthening my shit too, so that we can have a more direct conversation.
You feel it smile again. That would be impressive. However, now I would like you to focus on ascension, bringing me back.
All right,
And
cool beats.
then your sister will be separated from me, and I will grant her a body.
All right, well, that's good enough for now, but we might have to talk in the future about the vagueness surrounding granting her a body. But that's all right. Like, for the time being, that's just fine.
So, I want to make one thing clear. I am not a god, but I have I can shield you from the barrier when you enter. We are familiar with this barrier. So you can participate in the rites.
All right, fantastic. Well, I mean, it's great that you can shield me from the barrier. It sounds like prior to that barrier, I got the barrier of literally no one else other than Siduri wanting me to participate in the rites. So I got to work on that barrier first.
Yes.
But that's all right. I'll figure that one out. Don't worry. So I'll figure out that barrier. You got the next barrier, right?
Disclosing this is complicated. You may not want to. However, if they see you unfit for the rites because you are not chosen, then what shall you do?
So wait, you're telling me that it's not a good idea to immediately, once this stream is over, wake everybody the fuck up and tell them exactly what just happened?
That is what you are comfortable with.
Well, I mean,
However, I would not do that.
so wait, you want me to keep you a secret?
I understand. I understand the mortal perception of us. So it would be hard to explain. Considering there's very little evidence of my existence. Documented, for sure, and named, for sure, however. Not much evidence of what my intentions are. Because they are different from the others.
All right, well, I mean, if you think I should keep this conversation a secret, I will, but I think it's just going to make my initial task a little harder.
Again, I do not want to dictate how you act.
Oh, so this is
However-
more advice, not directive.
Correct. The only directive is ascension.
Gotcha.
And returning me back to this plane. Temporarily, of course. I have no interest in this place.
All right, well, you do you. I mean, place seems pretty cool to me, but whatever floats your boat, I guess.
The only purpose that planes like these serve is food. You understand that, correct?
I'm sorry, did you say the only purpose that planes like this serve is food?
Correct. Did you not read?
Oh no, I definitely read. I mean, I know I read it cover to cover. I read well, most of it I read. Skimmed really might be more. I mean, the pictures were definitely cool and creepy. You're saying I should probably pay more attention to that book.
Correct. Well, there isn't much information on me. Definitely no illustration. However, I, again, am not like the other creatures. I want to defeat them because they will bring about our end. When they suck this plane dry of all the mana, it will collapse. And while we drift between space and time, the collapsing of a plane will make us not exist, because the space will close in around us, and that space will not exist anymore. They are blind to this.
All right, I got to be honest with you. It's not nearly as bad as before, but my head is starting to hurt a little bit. But ascension's the goal, right?
Correct.
Cool.
That
I
is the
said,
goal, so you can bring me back. Because the others come to eat. I will come to defeat the others and leave.
yeah. No, all right. Yeah, I got that. So I ascend, right? And then you do your thing, and then I get my sister back.
Roughly, yes.
All right. Fantastic.
Goodbye, Leander. Oh, sorry. Leonella sort of perks back up and says, yeah, see you, Leander.
Yeah, sounds like we're making some good progress. See you sooner rather than later, Leonella. Hang tight. It'll be soon.
She nods enthusiastically as you sort of drift further away without walking and sort of fade into white. When you wake up, it is still the middle of the night. However, the Ember Coach feels like it's the desert and it's nighttime and it's cold, but usually this thing sort of holds in a lot of heat. There's the bellows, all of that stuff. It is frigid in here. Go back to sleep? Or no?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll probably make a quick pass around the Ember Coach, just see if anybody else is up. But assuming they're not, I'll just go back to sleep or try to go back to sleep.
So everyone is asleep. However, there is a conspicuous absence of Thatch.
That
He is
fucker. God
gone.
damn it.
God
All
damn.
right. Is there a door that's open? Like, is it? I mean, I guess the question I'm asking is it obvious that he's gone, right? Or,
Not
or
immediately.
right? Because I mean, he did turn
Unless you
invisible at one point.
unless you investigate, there's nothing saying like in his where he was laying last time you checked. There's nothing to say that he's gone other than the fact his body isn't there.
All right. Any horizontal surface, poking, like putting a boot in, pushing with my hand, just trying to see if I can catch him in his invisible form.
No. Every horizontal surface, you just sort of kick something.
Okay. I'm gonna wake Mariana up.
Oh my god, people keep waking me
Do,
up.
do
What
you
is
still
it?
have the book? Do you still have the book? Do you still have the
I
book?
think
Do you still have the book?
I should, yeah.
This thing is like always in hand if I can help it.
Yeah. It is very much with you. I imagined you went to sleep cuddling this book.
I'm like sleeping on top of it face down.
Okay. Sorry. My bad.
It's still okay.
My bad. That's good.
Okay, you sure?
I mean,
That was a
I-
lot. Everything okay?
well, it looks like Thatch is gone, and I got freaked out that anybody taking the book. So, but you got the book. I can't imagine anything else. I'll just look around to the rest of my party. Like, upon saying, like, I can't imagine anything else, Leander will just stop talking
Yeah.
and look around to the rest of the party and make sure they're all still alive and here.
Yeah, everyone was still asleep soundly.
Okay, then I'll
Leander,
return. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, go back to
hold
sleep.
on. Dash can't do the ritual by himself, okay?
What's that?
Dash can't do the ritual.
Yeah, but we can't do it without the book. So if he took the book, we'd be in big trouble. But he didn't take the book, and everybody's still alive. And if he's gone, that's just a win-win. So I'm sorry I woke you up. That's my bad.
Okay.
Go back to sleep.
All right, thank you. Good night.
All right. Leander's not going back to sleep.
God, Leander. Could I then get a Constitution save?
Mm-hmm.
Let's get it. Yeah, okay. You're fine. You're a little wired in the morning, but you're fine. Siduri.
Yeah.
Before probably waking up to all this commotion, you have a dream back in that same alleyway. However, there's no ooze, no body. There's just sort of you walk around the corner and there is you in the clothes that you were wearing that night and with her back turned. You have control.
Oh, great. Now I'm dreaming about myself. First I see Silas. I don't want to do this again. I'll try to leave. I will turn around. I'm sorry. This is the worst day of my life. I don't want to do this again. Of course I can't leave. Of course I can't.
That's so good.
As you're walking away, she turns around and just you hear desperately in your own voice, "Wait,
What?
please."
What? What do you need? What is it?
You really think Silas gave you these powers? Or no. Beyond that, you think he endorses them?
I've had two conversations with that man, and one of them was over a game of cards, so I'm not going to
And the
claim I
other-
have any idea what Silas thinks.
I killed someone. Don't you remember?
Whoa, I didn't kill anybody.
Siduri. She just looks very worn down and tired and just stares at you.
Whatever that
No.
was in him and jumped to me. I barely knew him. He was supposed to be leading me to Silas. We go out back, I wake up, he's dead. I didn't kill anybody.
And what's to say that that was Silas?
No, I don't think he was actually leading me to Silas at all anymore. I'm pretty sure I was walking into whatever ambush left me, and she just gestures from head to foot.
And what makes you think it was Silas this time?
After the cards.
Yes.
I don't know. Seems like the same person I played cards against. That was. Are you going to try to tell me that wasn't Silas?
He just looks at you. I ain't trying to tell you anything you don't already know. Just think about it and don't just trust yourself. Not what whoever tells you. We got good instinct. I know we do. Just be careful, okay? She sort of, like, her eyes roll back into her head and she falls on the ground and the dream ends. At
Who's a
which
what
point
now?
you probably, at which point you probably stir from Leander, just like,
Who's that? What's that? What are you? What's? Oh,
Sorry, that's my bad. My bad. Sorry.
no, it's all right. Thank you. It's okay. But what are you doing up?
Just making sure everybody else still breathing, and everybody else is still breathing. So all's well that ends well.
Siduri, again, it is, you notice when you wake up, it is fucking cold here. And Leander's laughing like a maniac.
Did somebody leave a door open or a window?
Well,
or
see, that's what I
something?
thought too, because Thatch left. Thatch is gone. And at first I thought he might have taken a book, and then I thought he might have killed somebody because, he's, Thatch. But no, apparently he's just gone and shit's cold.
I guess I'll get up at this point and just start looking around to see if there's a window or something open.
After a few minutes of looking around, it becomes normal temperature again.
Huh. That was real weird.
Yeah, super strange.
Leander, what's your passive?
Perception 15.
Just have to do a little roll for no reason. No reason at all.
Yeah.
Why is my character's thing not? Oh, it's in NPCs. Sorry, whoopsie daisy. La, la,
Sometimes you just feel like rolling, even as the GM. Just feel like letting those dice tumble.
Let does dice tell a story?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
Wait,
the
I
Rolling
wanna
Stones wrote a song
players.
about it.
It would be almost weird if they didn't.
Fuck you, Thatch. Why are you
Okay.
popping up on my screen?
Sorry, that was my bad. Oh, geez. Oh God! Oh, the
Right.
dice! Oh, the dice are hilarious. It's Leander. You hear as there's just a black mist and Thatch standing like in front of the couch, where, or rather, like there is a window above the couch that is closed, and you see him just like a black mist. His boots land real heavy on the ground,
Oh, God.
and he's like
Oh,
standing in the middle of the room.
God, this fucking asshole. Jesus Christ. Oh. Hi, Thatch.
You know it's more work. You know it's more work for me if I have to kill someone, right? I like not to do work.
Y- That is a weird thing to say when you just appear in front of a bunch of people, Thatch. This is why nobody trusts you.
Well, I mean, you were the one talking behind my back. I figured I'd respond.
What?
Just sort of clear the air a little bit. Oh, yeah. He was worried about me killing someone or something.
Oh,
Yeah, you
I'm
appeared to be
curious.
gone.
yeah. What are you
But
doing
why
up?
would I have any intention of killing anyone?
So what were you doing?
When have I talking?
Thatch, I don't know what your intentions are. What I do know is you're creepy as fuck and you're super annoying. And so I don't know what you are or are not capable of. If you keep disappearing and then when I frantically go around looking for you, you decide it's a game and you're going to stay hidden, right?
Oh
And,
no,
and
our conversation wasn't over. I was taking care of business.
You were praying.
Yes.
You were talking to. Okay, that's all you had to say, Thatch. That's all you had to say.
I mean, Siduri, is it me? What is going on here? All right. I mean, look, I know in general it's always a little bit me, but this is mostly him this time.
I I think we all just need to just go to our spaces. We'll just let it all go, and in the morning we'll start over. We're gonna be stuck in this coach for some time. You're about to say something smarmy, Thatch. I hear you laughing. I hear that little laugh you do when you open your mouth.
That's just June. That's just June. While you're speaking, Thatch just like nods his head and is already on his way to like lounge back in the same position. Already has his eyes closed by the time you fucking you end talking. All right, good night.
Good
Sorry I
night.
spooked you.
It's all right. I really thought that was gonna be.
Ah. Great. And then you all go back to sleep except for Leander, who stays up, and is just stayed up.
Right. Well,
And
I mean, it's a little bit different now that I know that Thatch is around, right? But just for the narrative, I will stay up and I'll just stare at Thatch all night.
Keep a fucking eye.
okay. Thatch, you stare at Thatch all night, and Thatch is fucking snoring.
Great.
He gently, but like he is a deep sleep.
He's in a deep sleep. Wonderful. I would like to try and stuff a good berry up his nose.
Roll a stealth check, please.
Da-dum.
You know what? That's what I'm going to use my inspiration for.
Oh my god.
Jesus.
Resources
Fuck
amazingly well spent.
Yes. Fuck
Ah.
yes.
Yeah.
25.
Absolutely. You stuff a good berry up his nose. That's that.
Yep.
His snoring gets a little whistly.
Lovely. I just sit back and enjoy the rest of the evening and morning when I'm awake.
Actually, like at some point, it gets like hard for him to breathe, and he like wakes up and is like, "Ugh." Oh damn! And he just like goes back to sleep, holding the good berry.
Good night, buddy.
Yeah. Yep.
Oof.
Yeah. No, I didn't.
Yeah, that's.
I didn't
Oh,
either.
that's. Ugh.
Terrible.
Now,
Mhm.
look, my good berries are good berries. I just
Uh-huh.
squeeze them out of a stuffed rat.
Out of a yeah. It's just
And
the
they
aesthetic.
happen to look
Yeah.
like rat droppings. It's okay.
They
It's just
do
the
look
aesthetic.
like rat droppings.
And presumably taste. Leander, let's get this cleared.
No, they taste fantastic. You
They
just
taste-
can't believe they taste fantastic because they look like rat droppings.
Yeah, this is one of those like when you give somebody milk dyed green. They're
Yeah,
like,
there's
this
a-
is gross.
There's a real cognitive
gross,
dissonance
yeah.
going on.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so the morning comes.
Do my reduced HP problems subside with sleep?
Yes,
Okay.
it does go away. You did
Awesome.
sleep off a giant gouge in you. Correct.
Yeah. I'm imagining the gouge just knitting up freakishly as I sleep.
As soon as you close your eyes, it just it's very slowly. All right. What's the plan now, gang?
Oh boy.
Hey,
that. Go ahead.
hey, Siduri. Can I get my book back? And I'm holding out Siduri's book.
Oh, see, that's what I was gonna say. First thing in the morning, Siduri is going to slowly go through that book looking for whatever it was that caught her attention previously.
I wish there was some like such thing as like a memory check.
A general intelligence check is supposed to be memory, I think. Or,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, memory
Then-
is supposed to
then
be a
let's-
general intelligence check, which this should be good.
Then let's go.
I heard of
with
people
this.
doing like a wisdom history check for like remembering stuff. But that's kinda
Interesting.
complicated.
Weird. Yeah.
That's
Interesting.
yeah.
really
It feels
should-
weird that it would be wisdom since like
Yeah.
that just feels weird.
Especially with keen mind.
Yeah, exactly.
Shit.
Hell yeah.
It is right. It's sort of brutal to go through this book because again, it's making some nasty noises at you. You do happen to see one creature that you, now that you remember, it feels like there was like a weird like presence around you that night, following you around. And what you call it? It looks like something what you call it? Similar to one of the sort of like underlings of a Turamal, the same one that Ersheen pointed to.
Mhm.
And as it's illustrated, it just looks sort of like a shadow. And it is said that these sort of just skirt the edge of our plane and whatever is in between. And it can appear to people sometimes and also, do magic and other things, and all that good stuff, as well as indoctrination and causing madness and all the other symptoms of these void creatures. but it just looks like a shadow. And you felt like remembering a little bit more clearly. And this is also something you felt in your dream too, so it's a little bit closer. You feel like there was one of those that you caught your eye at some point in that night.
Oh, Leander, good morning.
Morning. I see you're doing some reading.
Yeah, I was just flipping through again. What do you need?
Well, I thought maybe you might be done with it, so I was looking to swap back. But are you still reading it?
A little bit. There's just a couple things I wanted to go back over. But if you need it, I can.
No, you can hold on to it. Let me know when you're done.
All right. Oh, but here, Siduri will rummage in her bag and pull out the case of crossbow bolts that she has.
Oh.
I don't imagine I'll be using these much more.
Hot damn. Oh, that's good stuff, Siduri. Thank you so much. Here, and I will pull out my rat and try and squeeze 3 good berries out of it for you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
That's
you're gonna
so
want these. They're
nice.
gonna. I know it's a little weird, but they're gonna. Trust me, they're gonna make you feel real good when you need it.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah,
not
I
like
remember.
right, not like. And he does that thing where he loops his finger around his ear and he goes cross-eyed. Not like that. Feel real good, but like, yeah, if you're hurting, it'll make you feel good. Or if you're hungry, it'll be real good.
Siduri will eat one. Yep. Those are actually pretty good. Just
Yeah.
gotta close the eyes and forget how you got them.
Yeah. How many crossbow bolts did you just give me?
20.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you.
Great. And while Leander is waiting for Siduri to read that book, is there anything else anyone would like to do?
Gotta get up and do some stretching before I go back to the bellows.
You're stitching bricks.
Yeah, just
Um,
gotta move the torso a bit.
I go and find Siduri and just ask her, hey, everything still okay?
I point to the page of the book that has, I think it was a Turamal that Urshin pointed out.
Oh, what the hell?
Yeah, I was talking to Urshin and she's had. I mean, I don't put too much stock in dreams normally, but this was. She recognized this, so I mean, at least
Oh,
we
what the
know.
hell?
But it said she saw it in a dream, not ever saw it. But I mean, I don't know what I mean. I mean, I've seen weird shit, and I saw. I think I saw maybe one of these things kill a Tesh, and it's whatever. It's the thing that I recognized. I don't. I'm gonna give this book back to Leander now, but just trying to be open, I guess.
She smiles and helps you stand if you're planning on getting up.
Yep.
Well, thanks, appreciate it.
You want one of these? These have already been squeezed, so you don't have to watch that.
What
That's the worst part of
What?
it always.
Ugh. Okay.
Pretty good. I'll hand over one of the 2 good berries I have left.
Thank you. I uh these these things, you don't know anything about them. They're just what you see in the dreams, yeah?
Well, I mean, I don't really. No, I don't know anything about anything in this book, and I've never really, I haven't really dreamed about any of these things until last night, I guess. I I think the one I pointed at, I think, is what did this to me. So, but I
Oh,
mean, I didn't recognize it until I saw this book, so it's not like I pictured it in my mind or had dreams about it or anything. I lived a normal, quiet life after that for many years until the Inquisitors found me and
yeah.
took me away from everything. So all because I was a threat to the city.
I joined the club. Thatch says that I'm not even chosen, but they thought I was a threat to the city.
Yeah, I'm trying to get past it. We, I know Quintus had nothing to do with it. I know he wasn't there. He wasn't one of the ones that took me. He's in the cart with me, but
And I get it. I mean, even if he wasn't the one who did either thing to any of us, it's still it's hard to unsee. But I mean, he does have a point, you know, a little bit anyway. You know, if the weave falls apart, then we're all dead. It's just I don't think that anyone back home has any idea of how to really prevent that from happening.
I know those things came through the weave before, and I know that all kinds of magic made it weak and all that, but they're supposed to have been the old heroes are supposed to have been keeping that sealed for years. Everything that went on in Showtale, everybody being exiled, was supposed to keep everybody safe. Didn't work.
Yeah. I
And why
mean,
do you
nobody's
think that
perfect. Hey, get the wait! I throw something at him.
Hey, Jesus. I've been sitting here. I know y'all don't like me, but if you want to not have a conversation in front of me, you might want to know where I am. I was just waking up.
I'm just you don't have
No,
to you don't have to comment is all. That's all, Thatch. It's not that I don't like you. You don't have to say anything. I am I do want to know though, Thatch. Why is that? You were about to
well,
ask.
think about it. If they don't want people using magic because it destroys the weave, why would they keep you alive? Why not just exile you and dump you outside the walls? Why exile so many people? I know the answer, but
I mean, I think it's easier, right? Keeps a
it
cleaner
is not.
conscience,
I
and
don't
like,
I
you
don't
know,
I don't
not
see how
releasing
that
the
protects
graves.
anything though, because it's not like you're stopping people from doing things. You're just moving where they're doing it. I'm
Well,
still alive. I'm still kicking. I can still And I cast Prestidigitation and a tiny little portal with a tiny little tentacle.
And let me guess, you just do it more openly because he also casts Prestidigitation and like flips a little like gold coin in his fingers. Yeah, you do it more openly because you're allowed to. Why send us out here to do that? That would be stupid.
Well, I mean, magic has to be done in order to perform the ritual. I mean, it isn't. It will always exist until it doesn't, and we don't have a control over whether or not that is going to keep happening. People are still going to be born and made and given power, just like Siduri was. You know, I don't think that they're planning on being the leaders of a genocide just for that reason, even if it is what they are doing.
I think what Thatch here is trying to get at is that the people that I used to work for want the weave to fall apart.
Nope, that's not what I'm saying at all. That could be. I mean, I have no idea how fucked up those heroes are. They could be controlled by the void, all we know, but I don't think that would be how all this turns out. I think they're desperate.
Desperate for what?
A solution.
To find
The only
champions.
solution last time was a bingo.
Throw them out in the
How- let
wastes.
me
Whoever
ask-
they survive, they can.
Wait. I just realized something. He points at Mariana. How'd you escape the cart? What happened the first day you stepped out of that thing?
Woke up, everything else was dead and long dead, and there were still rations and materials in bag left, enough to take me until I could find somewhere else to restock.
Now, I might be wrong about you then. Same with the Leander over there. If his story's the same.
Wait, yeah,
I
They didn't just kick us out.
assume
I
that-
mean, they kicked us out in such a way that like exile is just like what they tell everybody else. They're like, oh, we're just exiled and they're fine. But they put us in a cart and left us to die. And it was by some magical coincidence that did not happen.
Correct. That's mostly the case. I mean, sure, there are some tenacious souls around there that survive anyways. Either escape the cart, which isn't hard, or they end up like us. Soul survivors. Whoever else wasn't chosen dies. It's a good way to sort of separate the cream from the milk, if you know my meaning. His champions won't die. The gods are desperate. They won't let them.
Mariana goes to a different part of the cart.
Thatch, you may want to prestidigitate your nose there. You got a little something.
No, I know. He wipes it.
Yeah, much better.
Also, I don't know if, since y'all are new to this, I don't know if you know already, but you're not the only ones. Not necessarily not the only chosen, but not the only ones from whatever specific gods you're from. Say, you you're probably chosen by Onir. Same as Hadir. Hell, most people don't figure it out, or some do. Some don't end up performing the rites and just end up living out here, doing nothing, living out their days, or dying to some horrible monster. There are plenty of us trying to ascend as we speak. Well, not really. It's like a month away, but
Oh,
there are plenty of us out here.
All right, so answer me this: is it some kind of competition now between Hamir and I, or?
Well, to put it frankly, it's a competition between all of us together. No matter what, no matter who you're the champion of. Just because a god chooses you doesn't mean that you're in competition now with everyone chosen by that god to be their champion. 2 disciples of Onir can be ascended at a time, but you're all in competition with each other. All of us are.
or what?
For
We all
ascension.
have to fight these void creatures.
Correct, but you can't get there without performing the rites. Additionally, having a champion makes a god a little bit more, how should I say it, able to enact their plans, considering they're not doing the best right now.
Well, I mean, if that's the case, wouldn't just theoretically speaking, wouldn't O'Neill want all of the people to ascend to be people that O'Neill's chosen? That gives them the most power.
Well, that's true, but the 3 have a bond, I suppose. I think the only one that has a problem with other gods ascending is, what's his dorky fucking name? Eladir? God of Magic? Faerun's Sugar Daddy? Yeah. He's got a problem with, he's got a problem with the tar, obviously. Hence the, whole war that happened before this. Or before this.
So you're saying the friendship between the other 3 gods is what would prevent them from trying to stack the deck in their favor, but Eladir might actually want to do that.
Well, he's less trying to stack the deck in his favor as gatekeep ascension from the Utmail, or whoever is chose by Atar. He doesn't see her as a valid goddess, hence the whole conflict, but they're more interested in surviving now, so I believe even his prissy ass could probably make an exception or 2. Again, it's something that has to happen with a certain amount of people. They're set up in that way so the one person that completes the rites doesn't explode. Because that's probably what would happen. With each ritual you do, the capacity of holding magic in you, or rather, the strength of your soul becomes less mortal, less delicate. And you're able to perform more miraculous shit. until godhood, basically.
I guess I just don't.
The only incentive that every god has to have a champion in the race is just because all of them happen to have a little bit of a different plan as to stopping these things. We all know we gotta kill them. Just how? And honestly, I don't think any of them care how it gets done, just that it is done. You'll fight plenty of people to get there. You won't kill them, but you will fight them for it.
So only so many people can ascend. And we have to
Yep.
ascend to fight the void. But
Yep.
then even once we ascend, there's still going to be squabbling over how exactly we fight the void.
Well, there might be. Again, we don't know how desperate the situation might get between then and now. We don't know if someone's gonna just race through it, or if it's gonna take years. We don't know. Hell, we don't know the sort of state of the world everywhere else. Could be much different out in Osmesh or up in Edria. We got no way of knowing.
Okay, well then I'm just not going to worry about that. I got no way of knowing. I got no reason to worry.
Mm-hmm.
Just focus on the next step.
That's the spirit. So yes, I apologize for laughing about the notion that it's about strengthening the weave so that these things can't come through. That it was rude of me, but it is. Couldn't help but laugh because things are very fucked already.
There you go, Leander. Here's your book. I'm done. I'm
Oh.
gonna go sit on top of the coach for a little while.
Thanks, Dory. Here's yours.
I just keep it. I don't want it.
Oh, all right.
Depression flows through the cart. Existential dread.
Before I go to the front, I will walk over to Ursheen and just point at my head.
She sort of like opens her mouth to talk and then is like this telepathically.
Yeah, I try again to say yes just in my head.
Yeah, she catches it.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah, okay. What?
Are your feelings hurt?
Kinda.
Mm-hmm. That is all right. It is not that I do not trust you. I'm keeping an eye on him. But I
Who are you pointing at, Leander?
yeah, I don't point it at anyone. I just leave it in my head at I'm keeping an eye on him.
Huh, Gotcha.
Xandal is trying to very carefully keep keep any hint of what he's talking about off of his face or body.
Okay. Great. Leander is just, or sorry, Xandal is just like staring
Uh-huh.
intently at Harry,
Yep.
not making a single movement. Love
Uh-huh.
it.
It is, as I said, not that I do not trust you. It is that I think you may be. May be a pawn of forces you do not understand. It is possible.
Well, I mean, I haven't. I have control over my powers. I didn't before.
It is the source of your powers that is a worry.
I know.
As I said previously, I do not wish to betray you. So I did not lie. I will not lie to you.
Okay.
It is okay if your feelings are still hurt.
I mean, they are, but not really. I'm still gonna participate in the rites. It's not like you can stop me unless you're gonna kill me. I'm not a part of your team, so I don't think that you're gonna have to worry about me being someone you can trust, since you're going to be going up against me anyway.
Fair enough, I suppose. We can still be friends if you wish.
I would like that, but I don't know how you feel.
Make an agreement with me. If you intend to fight me or my people, warn me first.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't fight you unless you guys tried to kill me. And otherwise, in the rights, which ours says no one gets hurt.
If my group decides that they want to fight you, I will warn you as well.
You will. I don't know about him.
I am keeping an eye on him to the best of my ability. He is chaotic, it is true. But I do not think he is reckless. At least not always.
That's what's scary.
But it means there will be signs. Before he makes his move, he will be careful.
Baby, though.
It is good then that we will keep an eye on him, much as we are keeping an eye on you.
Well, thank you.
Xandal just nods and like cracks his neck. It does like another stretch, and just heads back off to the bellows. As he passes through like the rest of them, if you need me, you know where to find me.
Um,
Great. Go ahead.
if nothing else is happening, like if I am allowed to continue to try to attune to this book, like that is what Mariana is doing
Right.
for
Yeah,
days.
till the job is done.
All right, Mariana, roll me those. Roll me those bones. It is a. Sorry, I forgot what it was.
It's wisdom,
Wisdom.
but I don't know if it's a
In-
save or a check.
I
Yeah,
believe it's a save.
interwiz save.
Okay. It literally doesn't make a difference though. Oh my god.
Goddamn, day
It's
one.
8 every time. Like,
I know. I'm
Day
gonna
one.
try using my determination and see what happens.
Whoa!
hey, a 21.
Holy fuck!
Hell
That'll
yeah.
do. That'll do. Oh shit!
That'll do.
That'll do.
Oh man.
It only took her like 5
Lovely.
days. It's fine.
Yeah, and then when you did it, you did it. You were just getting its measure. You
Fuck,
just
it
had to
was
size it up.
absolutely.
This was literally an act of spite with fucking Patch saying like,
It
"You're
was-
definitely not worthy." Like, fuck you.
True.
I'm gonna do this, asshole.
That is the perfect
I was gonna
motivator.
say, I love the mental image of Mariana staring at this book, like sweating bullets, like flipping pages in anger. Just
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
cute.
I've studied for an exam or two that way.
The same.
Yeah. That is all the math that I've ever done in my life has been spite math.
No.
Um so Mariana, same thing starts to happen. Your vision gets fuzzy, letters start flying off the page towards you. The book starts flipping on its own and the text glows. Your eyes, to everyone else, Mariana's eyes begin glowing a bright gold. And so first fun thing you feel is you feel like you are unconsciously sort of making a space in space. And when your sort of perception comes back up from fading to white, you are in the desert. And there is somebody walking and just cresting a dune in the distance. You see they have some big pole arm or something.
Is there one set of footprints or two? I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself. I apologize.
There are two, absolutely. So- and this figure begins heading towards you. What do you do?
I brace up. Hey.
As you, as this figure like walks towards you, you see them raise an arm and sort of give like a friendly little wave as he gets closer. He gets closer and it's this sort of like he's got like a very well like trimmed beard and like a very gentle face, but it looks like it has seen the outside forever. But he's still a very like handsome guy. Pretty average build, just very defined muscles and stuff under his robes. And yeah, he's got like blonde hair and like dark brown eyes and approaches you. He's also wielding a like a buckler in his offhand and a very long like winged spear. Well, you did it.
She gives a kind of a crooked grin.
Ugh. Yep. I suppose all this is really weird. I mean, not with all you learned recently, but I am proud that you found the book and were determined enough to decipher it.
Like, no big deal. I mean, it just sort of became a year-long obsession for me. You know,
Ah, I am glad you're out here, and I'm sorry for not being present back in the city. We can't be there.
oh wait, well, okay, hold on. Do you mean can't be there like there's something preventing you, or it's just like not really cool to just be showing up and touching people's brains?
I'm sure you've heard plenty of stories that are undoubtedly true. But so you know that we don't have really a problem with coming down and uh, meddling in people's affairs.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, I mean, we're prevented, like, shut out completely. Well, mostly.
Why?
Did you not notice how hot the sun got as soon as you left the gates? That's what it feels like outside. He sort of like puts his arms out and breathes in very deeply. But inside it's not like that. It's what is seen as perfect, comfortable. The Archons, the champions that ascended many years ago, they are defending the city with wards and such. More powerful than I could really be accurate without boring you to tears. But
But
just let me
it's
say that it is a interplanar ward. It gets complicated.
and it
Ain't my wheelhouse
keeps
anyway.
you from entering the
Yeah,
city.
yep. We have very limited influence in there. We do still have influence, but we cannot be, well, appointing clerics. And I cannot share my power with them.
None
So,
of them?
none of them. Not the highest priest.
Not anyone in the church?
No. But I mean, we watch. That's about as much as we can do.
Oh,
So I'm
okay.
familiar with you. And I'm sorry. But your journey is the important part. I appreciate what you have done. But I just want to say one thing. And I hope it doesn't break your heart. Hey, DC? No, I'm
Huh?
still here.
Yeah, no, you're there. I'm
Oh,
waiting for
I
you. I'm
thought.
waiting for you to finish. Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. He says, the book, that ain't for you. Because I chose you to ascend. Granted, you can still, well, indulge in it. But when it comes to the rites, you're on the field. Or at least that's where I envision you. But that's up to you. Again, it's your journey that counts.
What about Quintus?
Him too, but he's not as there as you are in terms of understanding. And I should say, the direction that I would like my followers to be in position is a vile organization, and I don't know. He still holds a lot of their values, and it isn't because of he has a good heart, because it isn't because of malice or tyranny, but just a misunderstanding. I hope that being out here for some time will open his eyes. I'm sure it will. He's already getting there. But
She
again,
nods.
that all depends on him. He is also very dedicated and very just, and that is important. But again, he is misguided, and I'm not really the one to show the way. Just enlighten and let you do with that information whatever you please.
She nods.
Well, I suppose you can take a look at that book and see what you're up against. he he sort of goes to walk off again and turns around and just says, "I'm very sorry again, Mariana, for everything that happened."
What happened to everyone else? Everyone who didn't survive.
Didn't survive what? Who
The
else?
Inquisition. Everyone else in the church.
Some of them are in the fountain. They are having a well-deserved rest. Some of them, like you, are chosen. However, the reasons pain me, but being being immortal is complicated. It comes with a lot of decisions that are hard to make because I have no concept of them. And I have an understanding beyond a life about creation and destruction. All those people will just come back, but in different pieces in different places.
She nods and looks down.
So none of them are actually gone. None of them ever will be. Neither will you. Unless those creatures devour us all.
Right.
But I understand that that's not really a good answer. And I don't expect you or need you to sympathize with my position. Feel it in your own way. But know that I do sympathize with you, and I'm sorry that this is something that has weighed on you and will continue to. I have watched it happen, and While I'm a god, I do have a conscience, a personality. I am flawed, but not mortal.
She bows.
Onir bows to you, and he walks back up the sand dune, giving you like a little wave from while he's walking away. And as he crests the dune, um, like it almost seems like the sun dips in to scoop him up, and you open your eyes and you're staring at the book. Everyone else just saw Mariana sort of black out for a few seconds with her eyes glowing, similarly to what Ershine did, and then come back to.
Presuming I managed to find like
Oh, right.
a
Right, right,
little
right, right,
bit of a little bit of privacy, because that's what I would have tried to do. Like, she just sits there for a very long time, crying silently.
Oh, oh boy.
Ooh.
So yeah,
That's fucking cool.
the Book of Rites.
That's really cool.
I can't wait to
It
see it.
has.
Miles won't let me go back to my computer though.
Oh,
Oh
you're
no!
missing it. It's cool as shit
Oh,
right now. We're all looking all over it.
Ugh.
It's got a bunch of uses that are really cool.
I feel like I've seen this art before. Like maybe you had looked at it for something else before, Max. It looks kind of familiar, but it looks very good.
hey, Tyler.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah,
This,
it's
thi-
inspired.
this is exactly, this book is the reason this game exists.
Ah,
I know what game this is from.
I remember this art.
It's from Pyre.
Yep. You want to know why I know what this game is from? Because I've been listening to the Pyre soundtrack
Oh
like
yeah,
softly for the last like
absolutely.
hour.
That symbol is probably burned into your fucking
Uh-huh.
brain by now. Every time you look at your Spotify.
Mhm.
Oh boy. Well, while Max gets back and looks over the book, let's call a 15 since it's 8
Yeah.
of 1 and make it a nice even 16. And I'll see you then.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Shoot.
That's really cool.
Jesus Christ. An int or wisdom of 13. I barely hit that bar, y'all.
Mm.
I've got 13s in both.
Yeah, it's a
Good enough.
Yeah, I
look.
got it. I got it. I did
Look,
it.
C's get degrees and you got an A. This is fine.
On like, I got an A on the pop quiz, but like my average is still a D plus.
Shh, it's fine. It got curved. It's fine. Oh, that last use is fucking cool. Oh.
Holy fuck. That is cool.
Yeah, that's just like thematically neat, also just mechanically very neat.
Yeah. I was right though. This is a good item for Quintus. I mean, anyone can make use of this, but this is a good item for Quintus.
Look, it's got some AoE. You can give him the boom, tell him to back up.
Yeah, but like, I'm a grappler, dude. I don't want things far away from me.
Yeah, it's fine.
Hey
Also, it's
Miles,
your.
what you
Wow,
doing?
this session zagged and zigged all
It's
over the place. I fucking love how chaotic this gets. This gets like strangely emotional at places where I had no idea it would get strangely emotional.
I mean, I did not
yeah.
expect O'Near to tell me that that yeah, pretty much everyone's dead.
Yeah,
Which
no shit.
like something that like specifically like dead and feudally.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like a kind of the best he could do, right? Like,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not gonna fucking lie to you, kid.
Yeah.
It's fucking bad, and it
Yeah.
happened, and it was pointless.
Yeah.
It doesn't make
like
it any better.
yeah, it's
It's like,
it's a really good thing to it's really good information to have,
yeah,
especially because now I mean now we have the knowledge that all priests within the city
mm-hmm.
are cut off from the divine.
Yeah.
But they don't know it.
Yeah. Which I mean, like as paladins show,
Yeah,
you have magic through strength of oath and
yeah.
bond and connection to weave, not
I mean,
necessarily explicitly to the divine, but like
Yeah, also
that's a
like
mean trick to play
Quintus's,
on an entire population, you know?
like Quintus's magic doesn't come from devotion to a god necessarily. Like it is more like the way that a wizard gets his magic.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Like clerics and priests and stuff do still put the time into study, and those texts still have
Yes.
like magical information in which you can cast from and learn from, and like that is usually like the the education that they have and their abilities. Like
Yes. The ultimate
and
repercussions is just like for example, divine intervention would be
yeah,
essentially
you
like either non-existent or completely fraudulent.
yes, like that's why like higher priests and stuff don't have as much, because they used to be able to do things like divine intervention or
Mhm.
like speak to the god in question, but now that just doesn't work. Period. Like they
Hmm.
fizzle without a question. If you try and cast that, it doesn't work. And I mean,
they.
that's why in this universe where just like hundreds of years ago the gods were like again meddling in your affairs very Greek style, like they also just like there's a huge atheist population in Shotael because everyone like sort of knows that hey, like there is no divine influence here. You cannot
Mhm.
do anything divine. Period. Like you study like a wizard and you're sanctioned so you can do that, but like like you're not getting it from a god. They don't exist anymore after all the shit that happened. They're probably dead or something, we don't know. Yeah, it's
It's.
rough down here.
I always
it's
enjoy
it's also
whenever
it's
like
also fucking rough. Go ahead, Cody.
I always enjoy whenever like the question of like divine domains and the actual like dividing up of divine power comes into play. Like the fact that like, oh yeah, you can kind of just siphon by plugging into a domain, and it doesn't have to have anything to do with a god. Like they've essentially gated the priests into like, oh yeah, no, here's various bits of the portfolio, but we don't need the whole fucking god thing for this. We don't have to give like give them anything in return. We could just
Yeah.
take that well.
My order was essentially an order of like like arcano clerics, with devotion to Onir as like the symbology of
Yeah.
like human devotion, not necessarily like enlightened by Onir.
Right, exactly.
But now they're all
That's where it
dead.
goes. Most of them are dead.
Most of them, not all of them are dead.
Most are dead.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
My bad.
I mean, it's not like he can control it, but he can control who gets chosen. But like again, he's gonna die. His life is on the line. Existence is on the line.
Mhm.
Again, like I feel like being an immortal being with that sort of power, and also the knowledge that like the afterlife in this universe, that above the board, basically everyone knows, because what you're told as a kid and all that stuff, like the afterlife is like when you die, your soul ends up going to this, in the care of Virus, one of the gods of death, and then you have like sort of like a very pleasant and euphoric dissipation back into the weave. And when people are born, they are born with a soul. So that part of the weave comes back. It's not a perfect, like, like the elven cycle where it's like
Mhm.
that soul is put back and then dragged back out. It's just dissipated, and then the universe just creates that construct as needed when someone is born. And so to him, it's the concept of mortality is very strange, because he like understands that and knows that. So like it's despite his empathy and his like very sort of in tuneness with people, like he also can't, get over the fact that he can't die. He doesn't see other people dying necessarily. And so, the people being reconstituted is not as bad as there being never any people at all. And that's like the stakes to him. But like he understands that that fucking sucks for people. It sure sucks for people.
Gentle dissipation back into a weave.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds pretty chill, to be honest.
Yeah, you're
I
just
could
like,
get down for that.
you have like the most warm and comfortable feeling of like laying
just-
in bed with a cozy blanket
you
and
just-
a cat and just
yeah.
being happy.
Just warm bath
until
apart.
yeah, and then you just sort of
That's nice.
like feel very high.
See, this is a lovely death you've described.
Yeah, no, Virus kicks ass. She's great. She's the one that makes it like that, or else people will just dissipate chaotically back into the weave.
This is similar to the
It would be
San
horrible.
the San Junipero of like Black Mirror style of like an afterlife, where I'm like, oh, there has to be an option to off-road. You got to be able to stop it. Otherwise, this is a horror thing.
Right.
I don't know if you've seen San Junipero from the series Black Mirror.
It's like one of the very few episodes of Black Mirror that I have seen, because
Yeah, it's a nice
insisted
one.
on showing me, because
It's a nice
it
happy
was
one.
very gay and had my
Well,
name
it is
in
very
it.
gay,
So
True.
it was really good.
Incidentally, it is the
I
only happy episode of Black Mirror that I'm aware of.
I I also, like, very early in the episode, before like they jacked out of the simulation, like I thought it was going to be a trans narrative, and I was going to be really happy, but like I was still happy. It was still really cute, but like I was like, This is a simulation for sure, but is there trans narrative?
Yeah, that
No.
is a bit of a missed opportunity. If not for the central, like, two characters, then, like, as a concept, like, yeah,
Yeah.
why the fuck not?
Well, because then it would shift the thing from being about an
Mhm.
afterlife to being about identity, and like that is a very different episode, I think. Still a good one, but a very different one than the one that we got.
In fairness, for like the primary main character, it is kind of about identity, or at least about the afterlife as a tool of defining identity
Right.
and its
Which is
limitations.
sick as hell. Mm-hmm. Oh my god, it's already 13. Where did the time go?
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna get some water.
You gotta
I'm
go
gonna
for
try and
take a walk around, do some stretches. You gotta get limber.
And now, intermission. Refreshment time.
Sure is great being on a drive-in watching Super Flick and eating all this great food.
This flick is making me hungry.
It makes me want to flick my bick.
We should have gone to the drive-in where we could eat and flick to our heart's content.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Well, come on then. I'm going to have a pizza and popcorn and ice cream.
And I'm gonna have a burger with fries and a soft drink. Yum, yum, yum. This was a great idea.
No, that's not big enough. No, that's not big enough either. That's more like it. We're delighted to have you with us, and we extend a cordial welcome to you. We've lined up the top stars from Hollywood and from all over the world to entertain you on our giant screen with the new, colorful motion pictures you've been hearing about and reading about. To add to your enjoyment, we're all wound up to bowl you over at intermission time with live wire service at our snack bar, where you'll find a tempting variety of favorite foods and beverages. Your continued patronage is very, very welcome. It's intermission. Rise and stretch time. Time to refresh yourself and visit our snack bar. Got a yen for hot popcorn? Your favorite soft drinks are sparkling cold. The juicy Frank sizzling hot. There's delicious coffee, freshly brewed, and all kinds of ice cream and candy to tempt you. Showtime will be announced loud and clear to get you back to your car in time. So stretch your legs. Come to the snack bar now. Sparkling soft drinks. Steaming hot coffee. Steamed or grilled hot dogs. Crispy hot fresh French fries. How about a pizza? None better anywhere.
Sneaking out to the drive-in? Why not take the kiddies along and save the expense of a sitter? Everyone enjoys the drive-in.
new Cutlass now?
Sure handles easy.
Drive happy. Cutlass can make you a little drive happy.
I forgot to get the newspaper.
Glad we ordered these swivel bucket seats.
Yeah, in case I get to drive someday.
The Cutlass S, Oldsmobile's sporty fastback at a price that's less than you might think to help make you really drive happy.
Drive happy.
Can I drive now?
Take a good look at Clyde Garfield's Cadillac and Oldsmobile dealership, and then take a drive in a new Oldsmobile, Cadillac, or one of the fine used cars, serviced by Clyde's 21 factory-trained personnel and expert craftsmen. Cadillac.
Tyler and I are AFK, but we are here.
Okay.
I'm here.
Beep, beep, beep.
And Miles is doing a lot better. He just groggily went and grabbed 3 different pairs of shoes and tried them all on and walked around the house.
Awesome.
I mean, look, whatever you gotta do when you're up against it.
He loves stealing my shoes.
How long before he can fit in them?
He does have big feet,
Uh-huh.
but a while yet.
I mean-
Actually, we've got some fantastic photos of him. There's some rubber boots at my parents' house that are as tall as his legs are long, and he has many times found his way into those boots.
Look, shit's gonna get exponential. It's gonna go from very far away to oh shit, now he's got bigger shoes than me.
Oh yeah, it has been remarked many times that he has big fucking hands and feet.
I can faintly hear him in the background.
Yeah. Yeah, he's still not feeling very good, but he's getting there.
Nice. It's good to hear.
That's good.
Ted, you around?
Me? Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. Okay.
My God.
That's adorable.
Nailed it.
Hell yeah.
He was
Feels
doing
like
that
a
all by.
picture of the bottom child on Vincent Adult Man. This is the legs.
Yeah, I mean, I just had a flash of 3 kobolds in a trench coat.
We were all in the living room talking with our backs to him, and then someone happened to glance over and see him, and oh my god, not everybody jump at once, but and he'd already gotten one boot on, and then my little sister went to go help him get the other one on because he just couldn't quite get it.
It's like fucking Excalibur.
The second time he got it, he did it. He got them both by himself. It was very impressive.
It was adorable. Anyways, so where do we start from Mariana quietly?
Oh god.
Shoves,
Yeah,
pulls,
remember
and
that? That was
fellows.
a few minutes.
Manual labor. Ho, ho, ho.
I am a simple man.
Look. Living my best life. Fighting in manual labor. Not having to walk. Around how many days out are we? Because we've been going for, I think, 2 days at this point. Right.
I believe 3 days out. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I guess in my spare time, I'll keep a lookout constantly for something to fight.
I think I'm gonna bring the book to Quintus.
Well, have you managed to get anywhere with it?
I did. Actually, it was very enlightening. It's just that this is probably a better tool in your hands. I mean, like, listen, I spent most of my life as a scriptor, right? Illuminator. You actually had time to, like, you actually were allowed to study, so maybe this is better for you to hold on to. I mean, I can still, like, keep a pretty good hold on it just in case, because I feel like I'll probably be better at beating somebody away if necessary, but this is still, I mean,
She just
Well,
holds it out to you.
I mean, last time I took a gander at it, it didn't go so well, but I, try again, and all that mumbo.
Yeah, we got a few days before we reach that city anyway.
Well, I mean, it means a lot that you would trust me with this. I promise to work under the understanding that this is your book, and I'm merely wielding it.
She smiles.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
So, did you learn anything, or?
Yeah. So there's I learned that there is a abjurative field around Shotal. It keeps, like, the sun from burning everyone and the nights from freezing everyone. Like, we know it does that.
Yeah.
But I also learned that it's stronger than that. It's how do you say? Extra dimensional ward that the gods and other beings could not breach the city at all. Yeah. That even, like, the devout were technically not under the influence of the gods. Still finding power, but
Yeah, I mean, I've read stories of people who channel the magic of the gods. We're always told that's, a no-no, so to speak. But I always figured it was a story, but I guess the field explains that a bit.
yeah. It doesn't really explain how. I mean, Suduri says that it had something extraplanar affected her, and it would make sense that was while she was in Shotal. But don't know how that could have happened if that border
Guess
existed.
every wall has its cracks, I figure.
Yeah. It's too bad the cracks are on that side instead of on the other side, yeah.
I guess. Maybe the gods just are too big to fit through them, but little worms can squeeze through.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'll set to seeing if I can unlock this thing for myself, and thanks again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that you are really terribly wrong in what you think and how you feel, And I think the fact that you are out here, I've said it before, it speaks more to your character than your past does.
The institution I was a part of is not good, and I understand that. Doesn't mean that I'm absolved of anything that I've done in the past, but
Yeah, of course, but we all have to start somewhere, be better people or whatever.
Yeah.
Good luck. If you need any help, well, I don't speak the language, so.
We'll see. And I'll start reading the book.
Interwiz check. Give me one of those. Ugh.
Did you get it?
No,
No.
I did not.
Ah,
Do I have
damn it.
anything that can make me
You
try
got
again?
human determination.
Oh, I do, huh? I'll do
Yeah.
that. 24.
Damn, that's been working real good
Yeah,
for
the
y'all.
human determination apparently.
Has worked for us today. In the past, it has done quite poorly for most of us.
So similar thing happens. You the pages begin to turn by themselves, and you begin understanding the writing. Your eyes glow a similar gold to Mariana's, and you wake up in the desert. This time, there is a man standing right in front of you.
Oh, where am I? What is this?
We're sort of in a pocket for a second.
Okay. And you are?
He looks up at his spear, then sort of looks down to his buckler and looks
Don't
back at you.
don't answer.
Oh,
I
come
think yes, I gather.
on.
Well,
That's the
Mariana
spirit.
certainly didn't mention this part of the exercise.
No. You know, it does make it a little bit more fun, but also a bit more grim that you didn't know about it stepping into it. So, apologies, and also, well, here we are.
Here we are.
I. Well, I mean, I think you have done a good job unlearning what the Inquisition has taught. I think the Archons are misguided or too busy. Their plan is brutish. You know, the whole exiling thing.
Mhm.
But you are now out here, forging your own trail, and you have done a good job.
Well, all I'm doing out here is keeping the rest of them alive.
Well, I mean, it is good how you use your powers. I am genuinely, and it fills my heart to know that you use your gift to lead rather than subjugate. And that is admirable. I hope that keeps up.
Mhm. Thinking back on the way that my
The,
previous
the
coworkers
zone of
used.
truth thing?
I stand by that. um, I have seen enchantment magics used to do heinous things. I sometimes those seem like the obvious solution, but this group is good at helping me, as you say, unlearn those habits.
And how important that is, because with those ideals come the notions that they hold so dear, which just aren't really practical in the real world.
When the gods
You
aren't
too
involved
are
in
destined.
when the gods aren't involved in
Absolutely
the
not.
city, then it's easy for humans or whomever to use the name of the gods to do whatever they like.
Yes, that is unfortunate. I mean, granted, it isn't the name of the gods that you follow, anyways, it's the Archons.
Right.
They are one of us, but not really so. They stay here. Which is, we spend a lot of our time down here on this world, but, uh, they are grounded to it. They can't leave.
And they chose this?
Yes, well, I mean, they chose it as their only option. They felt incapable of destroying this threat for good. Or perhaps it was not as resourceful as we would have hoped. There was actually one that had a better idea and was bent on destroying them for good.
Didn't seem to pan out too well.
Well, that was because she was exiled. There are only 4 Archons. There's a 5th ascended one. There's a 5th god out there that is not part of their batch.
Do you know where we could find
It's
this
Zahiri.
fifth? Zahiri.
Yes. Her methods are were bad, but she knew that she was going to be cast out, so she left on her own terms. Now she is hidden from us. It is hard to know where she is, but I'm sure if I can help in any way, I will give you guidance. However, don't. I trust that you could probably find her on your own.
It's a resourceful group that we have, I'm sure. All of our heads together.
Yes. But also keep in mind, don't just go after this person because you know they have a plan. You are also capable of forging your own. But that is, I guess, a lesson to be learned. Just keep
Would
it
you
in mind and be more confident.
would you say this fifth is a friend or a foe?
A friend. Lovely person. Did some horrible things. Well, as far as, for human standards.
Hmm. Well, I will put my ear to the ground or the sand as it be, and hopefully these rites do not blow up in all of our faces.
I pray they don't.
Aren't you supposed
He
to be the one
smile.
prayed to?
he gives you a smile after he says that. and with that, the dream fades away, and you wake up, and again, to the book. And, again, the text that you couldn't really discern sort of begins to be a little bit more clear to you.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah.
Cool, cool, cool.
Yeah, can you guys see the handout for the book?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Just making sure I didn't screw that one up. Wait, did I put the abilities in the GM notes? No, I didn't.
No.
No, we've got it all.
Wonderful. Lovely, lovely, lovely.
Very cool.
I literally cannot wait until I see that thing used. I'm actually pretty proud of it.
I'm very
It's very
excited
cool.
as well.
All right. Anything you guys are doing to pass the time? Any more conversations that happen? Or am I good to roll travel dice?
Think you're good.
You cast Circle of Nope.
Circle of Nope. There's Shield of Nope. Circle of Nope.
Okay. Great. So 2 days pass without much incident. Ara and Hadir sort of come back into the group um more, doing more sort of like, group pass the time activities, playing cards and whatever. Ara does seem to be a lot like trying to be a lot closer to Hadir just to like comfort him because Hadir just sort of seems a little out of it. But other than that, everything is peachy. In the on the da- bu- 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 yeah, the day before you reach your destination, or rather I should say the day of, like early in the morning, you see a caravan passing by. It's just a few people. Does anybody want to go investigate, or are you guys gonna keep trucking?
Did they look like they're headed from where we're heading? Or are
Yeah,
they traveling?
yeah.
Uh,
They're like passing you, like the
I'm,
opposite direction.
I'd alert everyone, but
Okay.
just because I'd be the one to see them probably.
Yeah. You give everyone the heads up, and they get closer, approach, pass by. And on the evening of this last third day, you or rather the afternoon, you roll into a canyon. And like the rock that you sort of like go in between, like that plateaus and goes for as far as your eyes can see. And you enter a little canyon opening in it. And uh, shortly after, it sort of, after narrowing and widening, it winds and opens up into this sort of clearing, this sort of circle in front of which, or rather on the other end, you see the canyon sort of end, and there is a like very, very like ornate looking stone wall with a large sort of like castle door inset into it. You see, movement on the parapets, and there are a few people standing guard outside at the door. Um, you see, as you approach, everyone. You don't see everyone like sort of frenzy to alert. Everyone just sort of gets on ballista and readies arrows, but not necessarily intended on combat. The two at the door, big Utmail folk, approach the cart as it comes to a stop, and the door opens, and Hadir and Ara and Ersheen and Thatch walk out.
Follow him out.
Yep.
One of the guards approaches Hadir and says, "Hello, welcome. State your business." And Hadir responds with, "Oh, we're just visiting, stopping for supplies and such. Headed back to Harai in a few days." And the guards sort of like motions to the other one to begin like a little look over, and the other guard begins doing that. "How many are you traveling with?"
10? Right? 10 of us.
Um, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9.
9.
Yeah.
Yeah.
9. Well, if you don't mind waiting here for just 1 minute. Actually, who owns the Ember Coach? And Hadir raises his hand. "May I have permission to board?" And he nods his head again, and she climbs on in and begins doing a little search. After a while, she comes out, and the other guard sort of rounds the other side of the Ember Coach, and like they both nod to each other and go back to the doors to where they knock 3 times, and you hear the sound of winches groaning and opening this big old door. Everyone else piles back into the Ember Coach, as I'm sure all of you do, and you enter. It is a cave. Strangely enough, from what you can see on the window or through the windows, and Xandal through the little periscope, it is a incredibly massive, very long as well, and leading downwards, and strangely like circular. Like it was definitely a made cave. it was made by something or someone, and it is huge. Um, after about like 5 minutes of driving down, um, you reach another wall, and with its gates open, a few guards posted, and you pass through and into the center of the city, which is completely underground. Um, Sorry, 1 second. So, it you see like similarly decorated and ornate stone buildings surrounding a underground lake. There are holes similar to the one that you just came out of, dotting the walls, both on this on this level and just up on the walls of this giant cave opening. And there are some bridges connecting them. Some of them are just empty. And yeah, like this central area looks crazy because as it opens up, you see that it is similarly like smooth, like the entrance. So it was hewn out of this stone, and it looks like some giant creature or snake or something like curled up in here, and that's the shape it took. And it is, yeah, it's lit very well by like very soft yellow and green and purple lights. It I don't know what you guys were expecting, but those who just came from the city and like this is the first settlement that you see, it is a lot more people than you were thinking. A lot of like the streets and stuff are busy. There are a lot of shops and stuff open. Just a bunch of milling about. Hadir finds a place to park and opens the door.
Okay. When do we want to meet back up?
Well, probably. It depends on their supply situation and money.
Oh,
Mm.
we will need
Yeah,
to barter.
that's exactly what I'm thinking. Um, we we got a little bit of coin, but also a lot of places, a lot of settlements at least, end up being the case where it's like prices are real high because they don't have a lot, but doing stuff for them ends up being more useful and worth less of your money. So that's probably what I'll be doing, or at least searching for a good price. So we can meet up back here tomorrow morning and discuss our situation. But I'm gonna put some feelers out, and yeah, I'll see you tomorrow morning. And we can talk how long we're staying. Oh, gosh. I heard the notification and I didn't realize it was roll 20. Ooh. Hell yeah. Sick.
Yep.
Mhm.
See you down to do some carousing? Is that what it is?
Yeah. Okay. I will see you all tomorrow. Anyone who's welcome, anyone who wants to come with me is welcome to, but it gets weird.
I'm used to gambling halls and uh,
We used
fancy
to fight in
acting.
pits.
No, nope. That sounds like it is entirely different from what I'm used to. Have a good time.
Hey, Siduri, I'm just gonna go out. The crossbow bolts you gave me, they're great, but I'm gonna go see if I can find some place where I can barter for even more of them suckers. Maybe find myself a nice quiver or something to hold all them things in. You want to go check out some of the marketplace?
Yeah, sure. I'm not really looking for anything, but stick together, I guess.
Fantastic.
I'll go with Mariana.
And Quintus?
I think I'll tag along with Mariana as well.
Great. um, Thatch, Hadir, and Thatch and Hadir head off on their own, sort of towards where Leander and Siduri are going, but they sort of veer at some point. And Ara and Ersheen sort of stay by the cart for a little while as you leave. Yeah, so let's start with Leander and Siduri. Leander, what are you in the market for?
Well, I'm just in the market for crossbow bolts and as many as I can barter for, since I'd rip through them, and anything that'll make it easier to carry those. But before we get to that, as soon as it becomes apparent that Siduri and I are alone, I'll put a forefinger to my temple and say, could you talk to me up here?
I can. I mean,
More importantly,
enough,
when you do that, can I answer you up there?
Yeah.
Would you mind doing that for a second?
I guess. And I will use psychic speech. I really don't like doing this very much.
Oh well, I appreciate you doing that on my request. Then, if I remember correctly, you mentioned you talked to Silas.
I think so. Yeah, that has kind of come into question recently, but yeah.
Okay.
Back when we were in Showtail, I think I met him at the Rowdy Raven. We played some cards, took all my money. Well, I mean, not all my money. No, it was all my money. Let's be real. Why?
What makes you think maybe it wasn't him?
Well, I mean, what do we know about the gods? Not a whole lot. I tried being a priest of Silas, and that never worked out. So why would I think he'd find me in a gambling house?
All right, fair enough. But you don't think it was just some dude, do you?
No, I don't really know.
Well, the reason I ask is, you read my book, right?
Yeah, I kind of wish I hadn't, but yeah.
Yeah. Do you you remember those sort of elder beast god things that they sort of laid out in there?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I had a dream a couple nights ago, and one of them things talked to me in the dream. Xander call?
Okay.
Yeah, so now I'm I figured we should probably talk since you talked to some guy and I talked to some thing, and you don't. It's even more interesting now because you don't know if that was really the thing that you were talking to. I don't know what I was really talking to because at first it was my sister, and then it said it was like part my sister, and then said I could get my sister back, but it was real clear that I should have said whatever it really was, but not gonna lie, it sort of freaked me out a little bit. I mean, I want my sister back, so I mean, and I know, we got to ascend to fight these void creatures, so it all seems like a win-win, right?
Wait. If I'm confused, if you're not sure who you spoke to, how? What? I mean, one of them told you to kill Ersheen, right? Is that?
Yeah, that checks out.
I don't understand why you.
Well, I mean, I think, right, the issue is that this entity believes that I need to ascend, right, in order to fight the void creatures, and that Ersheen poses some threat to that, right, and isn't who they represent themselves to be, right? So they suggested I should eliminate them. Well, and I told them in no uncertain terms that, look, if they're going to interfere with me ascending, right, then I'm certainly going to make sure that I ascend because that's how I get Leonella back. But at the same time, I'm not killing no kids just because my crossbow string sister elder beast thing tells me to. Like there's more than one way to skin a cat.
Really, that's the phrase you're going to go with right now.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe that wasn't the best choice of words.
Okay. So, I mean, so it sounds like you're saying these void things are fighting just as much as everybody keeps saying the gods are fighting. If one of them's telling you to finish off somebody who might be tied to one of their rivals, am I making sense?
You're making as much sense as it makes to me.
Okay. I mean, I guess that's good. I mean, then when we have to fight them, they're not going to be as. That's kind of weird saying things like that so calmly when we have to fight the void creatures.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely unusual. I mean, I fought some weird stuff under Showtime, but I don't think I dealt with anything quite this weird.
Okay. Well, I mean, no, I can't say that I've definitely. Well, I mean, I could try to ask, I guess, if he'll answer the cart. Well, I don't know. What were you asking, Leander, honey? I'm sorry.
Well, no, I was not asking so much as informing you, right, that uh, I had some communication with some extra planar, super powerful something or other, uh, and that turns out that my what I've been calling my sister is only part my sister, but I might be able to get my whole sister back. But I need to tell somebody, and since you're the only one I know that's had a conversation with something nearly or perhaps even more powerful, I thought I'd start by informing you, and so I have.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. I mean, I know, especially after all the votes, it's got to be kind of nerve wracking to tell the others because they already weren't, I guess, feeling too great about you. And
It's all right. I tend not to win many popularity contests.
that's fair, I guess. I mean, I don't know if it's really fair, but it's well. I mean, for what it's worth, if well, I mean, I don't even know. Like, if we can get your sister back, I imagine everyone will be happy to help you try. It's
I mean, look, I'll appreciate all the help I can get, but it sounds to me like sounds to me like dealing with these rats and ascending are probably a more pressing concern because if we don't do that, even if we can't get my sister back, none of us will be around much longer.
yeah, yeah. I meant while we're going about that, this whole thing seems real big and real complicated. So I'm just
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think look, just it's certainly big. It's certainly complicated. Quite frankly, it might require considerably more brain power to understand than I'm capable of. I'm a lot more find it, shoot it, bring it back for the bounty type of fella. So I think the best I could do is as I get more information, I'll just keep feeding it to you and everybody else, and let the chips fall where they may.
I think that's all any of us can do right now. Maybe we'll get more information soon, but
All right, well, that's all I got for now. And then out loud, say, are you looking at it for anything? I mean, I'd like to find these crossbow bolts, maybe a quiver or something. Oh, you know what else would be really nice? I bet if we could find some really nice fabric or really nice robes or something. Xando was pretty pissed when I melted his shit.
yeah. I mean, might be hard. He's an awfully big guy, so
Yeah, but he seemed to me like he's a layers kind of fella. Like we don't have to get one big thing. Like he'll just keep wrapping shit around him.
well, let's see what we can find then.
Hell yeah. And off we go into the marketplace.
Um, before we get into shopping,
Mhm.
let's go back to Mariana Quintus and Sandal. Sorry. I'm sorry, that was really funny. Mariana Quintus and Steve. All right, where are you headed?
I think like between my class feature and my background feature, um the best thing I'm going to probably find for us is like maybe not necessarily accommodations, but like have an idea of good like reasonable accommodations around by going into dives and I mean ultimately kind of just getting into scraps.
Nice.
Yeah. But I can
on
like collect information about this place just by socializing.
Right. So on the second visit to a dive, well, on the first one you get some insider info that like there's a sort of like a bigger sort of like dining hall sort of thing. That's where all of like the hunters and stuff, as they're called, hang out. And like the Utmail man that tells you about it like makes it seem like it is very poppin'. Um, and so it's relatively nearby, considering most of this is surrounded this small lake. Um, or rather, not small lake. It's pretty big. Like there are like boats and stuff in it. But yeah. You make your way to something that is a little bit more um like further inside the like city, and it is this very low squat building that is incredibly long, and you open the doors and there are giant long tables with people eating. There's someone playing music up on a stage, and there's a bar and whole nine. Um yeah, there are some characters, I suppose, in here. A lot of the folks in here are wearing that same sort of like bug plate armor that you saw on the hunters that you met before. And yeah, um, so what do you do? Where's your first stop for info?
Um I mean, I think there's some curiosity about about the hunters, but only kind of passing. I am looking to just spend my time. I don't have anything I'm looking for here exactly. I don't think. I don't. We don't need directions. We just needed supplies. That was all, right?
Yeah. Um, sitting next to the bar and like talking to some folks, or sitting at the bar and talking to some folks, nets you sort of like the knowledge of, oh well, like, we usually don't have visitors here, and sometimes there's like a scarcity of food considering they live underground, and most people just go out and hunt what they eat. Um and whoever can't do that, like the Hunters Guild provides for them. So like they tell you the name of like a shop that sells food and general goods and stuff. Um, but they also say that, you know, they just came back from a hunt, but don't bet on there still being stuff because it's been sort of hard season for them, and like some weird things have been going on in which they have like lost quite a few like citizens.
Weird how.
Well, weird in the fact that rarely anyone leaves here. And you know, it's emigration from here is not very common. Not because it's you know, a trap or anything, just because people end up being comfortable. They like it here. It's nice. It's safe. But just recently we've lost about 100 folks. Just disappeared.
Whoa. Not like gone
And
on hunting trips, just gone?
yes, I mean,
Moved away.
moved away. Like, it's weird because they disappeared without alerting anyone, and no one saw them leave, but, you know, all their stuff is gone. But it, you know, the guard says that there wasn't any, like, forced entry ever. People just escaped. They felt like they had to escape. It's wild, right?
I look at Xandal and Quintus and say, yeah, that's weird. Hey, do you think that there's one of those like, are those places like empty now, or like their
Well,
old places, their old homes?
yeah, I'd assume so. Unless somebody's moved into them.
Like, could you give me some directions? Maybe to a couple of them in case, you know, that people moved in. I mean, who knows? I mean, we could be in the market for looking for properties, yeah?
He sort of looks back at Xandal very quickly and then just like looks you up and down and is like, yeah, I suppose. Uh
Indeed, I've
I
been looking
don't
to make a few investments in this part. You know, owning property is the best way to make money. You don't have to do anything. So
he sort of gives Quintus a very long look before going, well, I didn't know anyone personally, but I do have a friend. Hold on, let me ask them. He
Yeah.
will get up from he will get up from the bar, and in this bustle, a huge Utmail woman will immediately take his spot, like sitting very hard down on this chair,
Hey.
and order.
Hello.
Ah, whoa, hey, wait, do I know you? Yeah.
No.
This is in fact one of the hunters that was on that uh
Yeah.
yeah. It
Well.
is the one that spoke to you. She is huge and buff. She's got very strong features. Her arms, now that she's not in armor, you can see that her arms are like very well scraped up um, she has like gashes in them, similar to your wound, Xandal, and like a few like puncture wounds, like in her shoulder.
Yeah, I like pull up a sleeve to show her and smile.
Oh, she will like go in for one of those like to like smack and grab your hand.
I
One of
had to
those
punch my
handshakes.
way out of one of them. It was a good day.
You punched your way out of it. That is
Yes, with this ring.
fantastic.
I hold out the ring and point to it.
And she like examines his like she just like puts her hand on her hip and is like, "Oh, well, you know, I was a little worried for you. You guys looked green, but looks like you're more than capable."
Yeah, no big deal. No big deal. Hey, we're actually we're looking for two things. Uh, we heard that the hunters have pretty high demand as far as needs go for the city. So we might be interested in, we came around here actually to resupply, but it might not be an option for us. So we'd be interested in maybe getting some tips onto acquiring food out in the wastes near here, you know? And then second was, oh yeah, people are moving out of here and like vanishing, you know? Do you happen to know any of the places where people are leaving from? Like, who knows? There might be I don't know, might be some weird thing going on in town.
Her sort of light-hearted disposition goes back sort of quickly to that sober sober warrior stoic type thing that you saw in the wastes, and she just sort of leans back against the bar and grabs her drink and says, gossip travels around here very quickly, doesn't it?"
Oh, I'm just really good at finding it.
Mhm.
She sort of smiles at that. "Well, for your first question, well, sending you guys out on a hunt proper would probably be irresponsible or very
Oh,
fruitful. Who knows? Something closer nearby, we have loads of bugs. That's really our main food supply. Well, our main long-term food supply is the worms.
mhm.
Our sort of day-to-day when we don't have stuff to be butchered is the insect creatures that live in these caves. Don't worry, it's not as gross as it sounds. Um,
Oh, I've eaten plenty of bugs.
oh,
Point of order. Could we sell you the location of a dead worm? 3 days travel away from here. I could show you on a map.
Ugh, 3 days? I don't know, Zandy. That's kind of far and long.
Much of it is under the ground still.
How big?
Mariani begins extending her arms and then stops, realizing how stupid that idea is.
Yeah.
It did swallow him.
Yes, I was inside of it.
Yeah, but the babies can swallow an ember coach whole.
Are you probably a baby?
Probably. That is very exciting.
She sort of thinks about it and is is like, yeah, I guess it wouldn't be that far of a trip, and all we would need to bring is just hooks, cables, the like. Be back in another 3 days. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll put in, I'll write you I guess a requisition.
Yes.
Man, official things are real weird, aren't they?
Mostly
Yeah,
we
a
need
requisition
supplies.
for ration.
Excellent.
Supplies, like what kind? Other than food and water.
I look at Mariana. Clothing.
He needs well, he doesn't need clothing. He wants clothing. I don't actually. Quintus, do you know what we need?
Well, we don't really need rations.
Coals to put into the coach.
Oh yeah, okay.
And food and
Now, see that's that's usually what that's usually what people are here for. Great. Now we have plenty of that, but as far as bartering goes, it is expensive. But I'm sure that we can work something out, e- especially for that information, Xandal.
yeah.
Oh, my name is Giragi, by the way. Sorry, I didn't introduce myself.
You said Giragi?
Yes, let me just spell that out real quick. Goop,
Zan-
goop, 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 goop.
Zandal will put a hand out to shake and say, I am not going to haggle, so you may decide what it is worth because I do not know. It was a good kill and very enjoyable, but it is going to waste.
Well, I mean, I do appreciate the good work from an outsider. It's not very common that you can best one of those things, even at their youngest. Or rather, as young as they pop out of the ground. So, I do commend you, and thank you in advance. It's well worth the trade.
Does she shake the hand?
Yeah, of course she
Okay.
shakes the hand. She
Yeah.
gives you a hearty shake.
Xandal starts pulling out a map and immediately, like, kind of like with one tongue out, like working back where it had to have been. Xandal being the map person who's been the only one keeping track so far. Like, the tongue up, like, and then we'll, like, as he's about to mark it, he'll stop and say, requisition letter.
She she narrows her eyes at you for a little bit.
Yeah, the second she
And-
has any kind of resistance, Xandal shrugs and just points to the spot and turns the map around. It is there.
I know you're a decent sort. That was good.
I tried.
Anyways.
Unsuccessfully.
Yeah. I don't have any paper here right now, but I do have a fresh kill down at the butcher's. I'll go ahead and find something official looking, okay? Oh, right, the second question. So, as I am bad at introductions, I am also the leader of the Hunters Guild, and am responsible for quite a lot of, I guess, decision making around the city, since we're very essential. So, I do know about the disappearances. Sadly, I don't think there's anything I can do about it. It
Eh,
started with
maybe we can help.
if you can, that'd be marvelous. Um, well, it started with a stranger, I suppose. We don't get a lot of visitors, but we do get traders and such. We have rich mines and all that. And we let this person in, as we used to most anybody. And they stayed in town for about a week, then left. Next day, there were 40 people gone. Completely. Like, all their things or essentials and empty houses.
Do you have anything
It
else
just
that
kept
would
on.
connect these disappearances to this mysterious stranger, or is this just a coincidence, a hunch?
It seems like coincidence. They did talk at length about, well, vaguely where they were from. I don't know if they were asking for more people, but he really gave me a culty vibe. You know, silvery robes, hood always. It just didn't feel right. And again, the next day people disappeared, and then it just kept happening for a while.
Hmm.
Not as much as initially, but and I feel like I can rule out kidnapping because it was in the case of families, it was all of them who went. It wasn't just one who disappeared. And again, this doesn't really happen. A lot of people are happy here. It's nice. As rough living as it seems. Everything is shared. And we happen to be blessed with a lot. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh boy. Okay. Sorry. Well, this is an awkward place to stop. I will probably reiterate some of that next session, but
Sounds good.
in that case,
Yeah.
we will call it here.
That's part of why I was like, I gotta stop talking. I'll keep going. I'll just keep shooting the shit. Can't do it.